Zdravím. Ja sa chcem opýtať na dvojku a trojku projektor, aby mi to išlo z pultu, tak ktoré potrebujem zapnúť? Lebo keď teraz to mám na VGAčku, ale to mi ide potom zo zadu. 1.2, ale to mi ukazuje, sekundičku, to mi ukazuje zatiaľ len no, ukazuje mi to len hej, to logo. OK. Dobre. OK. Dobre, díky.
klasicky, nie?
Mhm. Áno. Čo vymýšľaš?
Mŕtvý som, uvažujem.
Som vyhalúzol teraz. Bude to?
Že nebude treba reštartovať celko.
Ja som to trval niekoľko minút. Pôjde to, tie prezentácie?
No, skúsim používať niečo.
Mm. Počas prestávky. Nejaký nie je signál. A tak to počúvaš. Ktoré to je?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We have some technical issues to solve, so that's the reason why we are waiting. Please be patient. We will start as soon as possible. Fine. It seems that our technical problems are solved. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you had good rest after a very fruitful day yesterday, and that you are ready to start the next productive day. Welcome to the panel number 4, which will focus on energy efficiency and specifically on research and development aspects of energy efficiency. I took advantage of being chairman to set the stage for our debate. So let me show you a few slides, and then I will ask our panelists to give their presentations. Okay. Basically, the question is why energy? Why energy conservation? Why energy efficiency? And there is a number of reasons for it, and one of the reasons is on these two charts. You can see what is happening with the oil and natural gas in the last major oil and gas region of Western Europe in the North Sea. Basically, over the last 13 years, very short period of history, we have seen a free fall of production of oil in the North Sea. This is the last year when the North Sea oil region will export oil. From now, it will only contribute to the local consumption of North Sea countries. And the situation with the natural gas is not so bad. Nevertheless, it seems that the production of natural gas in North Sea is also beyond the peak. Let me see, how do I move this? Okay, why energy conservation? Because the costs of energy are growing. It's increasingly costly. 10 years ago, a barrel of oil costed around 1/4 to 1/3 of what was the average price over the last 3 or 4 years. So we have to pay more and more for the energy. Yes, we all know that current price of Brent is around 80 or a little bit below 80, but it's still 3 times more than it was 10 years ago. Why energy conservation? The third reason is, of course, climate change. During my lifetime, and I still feel relatively young, the average global temperature increased by 0.7 centigrades. It may sound like a small figure to non-scientists in this room, but believe me, it's a huge figure. The difference between the ice age average temperatures and current temperature was only around 6 centigrades, global average temperature. Within my lifetime, we increased by 0.7 centigrade. And it is only beginning of the long journey. Now, despite a lot of rhetorics about curbing CO2 emissions, which are the main reasons for the growing global temperature, we didn't make a dent in the trend of growth in the CO2 concentration, as shown on this chart. Basically, again, during my lifetime, we added equal amount of CO2 to atmosphere as was the difference between the ice age and interglacial periods. We humans became a geological power. And then there is a geopolitical reason for really focusing much more attention than we do until recently on the energy conservation. Why? Because we Europeans, EU citizens, are actually financing militarism and war. European Union is the main, by far the largest, trade partner to Russia. 75% of our imports from Russia are mineral fuels, oil and natural gas in particular, of course. We make trade deficit, annual trade deficit at the range of $90 billion every year, and those 90 billion, euros, those 90 billion euros of trade deficit that we send to Russia are fueling Russian government budget. And as we know, or as we should know, Russia is one of the most militarized countries in the world. And as everybody knows here, it is a country which stopped respecting post-Cold War regime, which is eager to make territorial expansion, Crimea, Donbas war, and so on. So that's yet another reason to stop our complacency about energy conservation and start to do much more than we did so far. The potential is tremendous, and we have heard about it. There are some politicians who are aware of this. For instance, Martin Lidegaard, Denmark's foreign minister, just 2 months ago or 1 month ago, said these words. The situation in Russia should be a game changer. I think it has become very visible that our current dependency on Russia has a political price and security price, and energy efficiency may solve our problems at once. Having said this, I'm pleased to invite our first speaker. Mr. Paul Hodson is the head of European Commission's Energy Efficiency Unit, and he has experience working at the Commission on renewable energy, on urban transport, and other energy-related issues. He has a degree in history from Cambridge University and a master's in urban planning from Oxford University. Mr. Hodson, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I have a Slovak colleague, Roman Dubrova, who many of you will know, and he tried to trade me for this trip to say Dobrý den. I'm afraid it wasn't a very long training, so that was as far as I got in my Slovak language, so I will have to continue in English. Our chairman has explained why energy efficiency is important better than I could, and I can only say that this analysis of the reasons for reducing our energy consumption is very much one that we would share. And if I can find how to work the slides. Good, I've got it. Then I'd like to, rather than concentrating on why we need to do this, make an analysis of the progress that we're making and where we think we need to go. The starting point for our analysis is, if I'd been here 3 or 4 years ago, I would have been saying energy efficiency clearly is very important. Most of the people we work with agree with the fact that it's very important, but we haven't seen much evidence of progress. But since then, as we've collected and analysed and refined the data over the last 10, 15 years, we see that there has been a break in a trend which has been going on at least since the Industrial Revolution. Since the Industrial Revolution, growth in GDP, in economic performance, has been linked to growth in energy use. But from 2005, not 2008, when the European crisis began, but from 2005, as you can see in the chart, our energy consumption has been falling, even though the trend for economic growth continued upwards, dipped down, and is now rising again. So we seem to have discovered, it seems to have become possible to grow the economy while at the same time shrinking energy use. And the progress that we've seen in energy efficiency isn't a result of attacking low-hanging fruit in one sector, it's progress across the economy. Our cars need less energy to go at the same speed and provide the same service. Our buildings, our houses need less energy to keep us warm and dry. Our appliances, refrigerators sold today only use 20% of the energy of refrigerators from 15 years ago. And industry uses much less energy to produce more products than it used to do. So across the economy, we're seeing significant progress in energy efficiency. One area that's interesting, and we looked up in view of this Visegrad event, we looked up some of the Visegrad data. These data are for Poland, but you see that in fact in other Visegrad countries as well. The dotted lines are GDP, the solid lines are energy consumption. And if you look at the two EU28 lines, you see a gap. You see a trend in GDP and you see a falling trend in energy consumption. If you look at the Polish line for energy consumption, yes, it's growing, but of course what's happened to Polish GDP has been something far above the rate of growth of EU GDP as a whole. And the gap between the two lines is actually a greater gap than for the EU as a whole. So in terms of getting a machine going that can deliver improvements in energy intensity, that can deliver improvements in the economy without needing increases in energy consumption, countries like Poland actually have some things to teach to the rest of the EU. You can see that at a sectoral level. Here are trends in energy use for chemicals production. The right-hand block, the blocks on the left-hand side are 2000, the blocks on the right-hand side are 2011. The right-hand block of all in each of them is the EU. You can see that there's a reduction in energy consumption per unit of chemical production across the EU, but the reductions in the Czech Republic, Poland and Slovakia have gone at a much greater rate than for the EU as a whole. You can see that although to a lower extent, you can see that in energy use for space and water heating per dwelling. Again, the EU trend has been downward, but again, the trend in Czech Republic, Poland, and Slovakia has been an even more rapid improvement in energy use per dwelling for heating and hot water. There are other trends, however, which have not gone so positively. Public transport, as we know, is a much more energy effective use of form of transport than private cars. And while public transport use has fallen slightly across the EU over the last just over a decade, the falls, particularly in Poland and in Slovakia, have been much more acute. So it's not a picture that would apply across the sector, but as I say, overall, there are significant. Energy efficiency is not something which is only happening in the richest countries of Europe, and that's not a surprise if we identify the fact that wasting money on expensive imported energy is actually not necessarily the most strategic way for economies to grow. So we've seen progress in terms of the indicators of what's happening to energy use. You can link that to progress across the EU in national policy making. I should say, first of all, that if you look at the trend for energy consumption going towards 2020, we think that the recession is accounting for about a third of the progress, if you can call it that we're making towards our 20% objective. We wouldn't have wanted to make that progress using the recession as a tool. The other 2/3, however, is coming out of improving energy efficiency. So we're seeing an increasing sophistication in national policy making through national energy efficiency action plans, through the use of structural and innovation funds. Even though the European legislative framework is not fully implemented in any member state, all member states are late in completely implementing that framework. Our analysis is, number one, compared with our 20% objective for 2020, we're not quite on track, but we're on track for 18 or 19%. Number two, proper implementation of the legislation we already have will get us there. Number three, the key elements in that proper implementation are proper implementation of European requirements for buildings, European requirements to inform purchasers and renters of buildings of their energy performance and to ensure that upgraded buildings are more efficient. More work with utilities to involve them in saving energy in their customers' homes, and better market surveillance to make sure that when a refrigerator claims to be an A++ refrigerator, when it's put on a national market, it really is A++, rather than fooling people into paying for efficiency that they're not getting. But our analysis is, if you look towards 2020, these administrative implementation efforts are critical, and with those efforts we can achieve our objective for 2020. And I like to move to 2030 because, as you know, there's been a hot debate about where we go for our objectives for 2030. I think if I press another button, yes, that's good. For 2020, we had the 320% objectives, and we now have a clear path forward for greenhouse gas emissions for 2030 with an objective of a 40% cut. We have a clear path forward for renewable energy with an objective of at least a 27% cut. We have a still slightly less clear objective set by the member states at the European Council at the end of October for energy efficiency. They talk of at least 27%, but a review by 2020 having in mind 30%. So we know that we will aim at least for the 27, and we know that we're asked to look again at the figures to see whether they justify a move to 30. We're also asked to develop new indicators in critical areas including research and development. And we're asked to develop a governance system, so instead of having separate planning for renewable energy, for climate change, for energy efficiency, we're asked to bring those different kinds of national, regional, and European planning together. We see the challenges in achieving those objectives for 2030 as being twofold. First of all, we will need to look again at the legislative framework at European level. We don't need, as I said, to do that in order to achieve our 2020 objectives, but we do need to do that if we're to achieve more savings for 2030. And secondly, we need to ensure that we have the right financing systems in place. Energy efficiency is strange in terms of finance. It's strange. If you think about renewable energy, you need to put support in order to bring renewable energies into the market, in order to bring their price down, so that in the future, and it's beginning to happen, renewable energies become economically viable. Many of the energy efficiency things that we want to do make economic sense. Many of the things that can be done in business will pay for themselves in 2 or 3 years. Many of the things that we could do in our houses would pay for themselves in 5 or 6 years. The things that stop these things happening are not that they haven't got a commercial rationality to them. They're to do with non-market barriers. And they're also to do with the fact that energy efficiency projects are small. Why isn't anybody? I live in an old house in Brussels. I have lots of things that could be done which would have a payback period, maybe 10 years or less. Banks are able to offer to lend me money at 4%. Why aren't banks knocking on my door and saying, I want to finance energy efficiency projects in your house? I want to finance energy efficiency projects in your house, and I want to share the profits that will be coming from those projects. But somehow the banking sector has not identified this as being an area where investment is to be made. We're working with the financial sector, we're working with cities, we're working with international financial institutions to try to bring more closely together the agendas of those who have energy efficiency projects and those who have, they tell us, significant amounts of money available but don't yet find a way to spend that in this sector. I'd like to move on to technology. This is not the sector where technological innovation is the most critical. There are technologies which could further improve our potential. If ground-to-air heat pumps, which are a very efficient technology, could get cheaper than the typically 15,000, 18,000 euro prices that they have at the moment, if they could get down more to 10,000 euros, they could begin to build a market for very efficient heating and hot water technologies. If we could modularize the replacement of building elements with higher insulating building elements, so we could build the new pieces for buildings in factories rather than effectively carrying out improvements through craft work on site, so that we could need much less effort in order to produce, or we could bring down the price of better insulation. We could make progress, we could bring down the cost of building renovation. But there are a lot of existing technologies which already make sense, and it is more in their deployment than in their further development that the biggest progress is to be made. And that means that in energy efficiency, we need innovation in services, in business models, as much as we need innovation in technologies. And that's why we're glad that there's a significant amount of money available to roll out those new models through the structural and innovation funds, including in all 4 Visegrad countries. And we hope to work with member states to ensure that as much as possible of that is spent in ways which trigger private finance rather than simply provide grants for individually valuable energy efficiency improvements. And we'll continue to work as well at European level through the Horizon 2020 funds on energy efficiency, both technological and service innovation. We've just announced the results of the first call under Horizon 2020 for energy efficiency, and we had about 100 million worth of projects this year, and we'll have a similar quantity in 2015. So what comes next? Where are the next areas where there will be action at European level? The first area will be a review of the legislative framework for products. So we have We ban inefficient products and put labels on more efficient products. That framework needs updating. At the moment, labels can go to A+++. Gradually, the A+++ category is getting filled up. You could change the legislation by going to A+++++, but that doesn't seem to make sense. So we probably need to go back to an A to G scale. But that will be an important discussion over the next period. We need to review some parts of the Energy Efficiency Directive. We need to review the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive. We need, as I said, to fold the governance of the work on energy efficiency to bring it into the mainstream of energy policy making, both at European, at regional, and at national level by putting it alongside renewables, climate, and security supply planning. Very soon we will hear about the so-called Juncker 300 billion investment plan, which we expect to see an important role for energy efficiency in. Transport, although we have made progress on energy efficiency of cars, beyond that, the transport sector has made very little contribution to our overall progress towards cutting energy consumption, and this is an area that we need to tackle. And then, as I mentioned, we need to look again at what our overall objective is. So it's a busy area of work. It takes more and more effort, both at European and at national level. It's an area where we can only make progress through partnership, and I'm very glad to have the opportunity to talk a little bit about it today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for excellent presentation, a wonderful summary of what we achieved so far and outline of the future challenges at the European level. And I believe now we will move to our next speaker, Mrs. Alena Žáková, who is the Director of International Relations in Energy Sector at the Ministry of Economy of the Slovak Republic. Prior to taking this position, she worked as a Director of Structural Programs and EU Agenda at the same ministry. And I believe that we will hear a little bit more about the Slovak situation and the perspective now. That's it. Energy efficiency in Slovak conditions.
Takže, vážené dámy, páni, ako sme počuli, energetická efektívnosť je a bude kľúčovou politikou v súčasťou a komponentom energetických politík. Dovolte mi preto v tejto súvislosti vás informovať o najaktuálnejšom vývoji a poskytnúť vám prierez udalostí a aktivít, stav vývoj v oblasti stratégií a legislatívy jednak Európskej únie, ale najmä Slovenskej republiky. Nedávno prijatá energetická politika Slovenskej republiky, ktorá bola prijatá 5.11. vo vláde Slovenskej republiky, definuje strategický cieľ dosiahnuť konkurencieschopnú nízkouhlíkovú energetiku, zabezpečujúcu bezpečnú, spoľahlivú a efektívnu dodávku všetkých foriem energie za prijateľné ceny s prihliadnutím na ochranu odberateľa a na trvalo udržateľný rozvoj. Energetická politika je postavená na 4 základných cieľoch. Jedným z nich je energetická bezpečnosť, pod ktorou, včera to bolo veľmi podrobne diskutované, sa skrýva diverzifikácia dopravných zdrojov, trás, zabezpečenie znižovania zraniteľnosti štátu, zabezpečovanie znižovania závislosti od dodávky primárnych energetických surovín z tretích krajín. Ďalším cieľom slovenskej energetickej politiky je konkurencieschopnosť. Podmienkou konkurencieschopnosti je plne otvorený, liberalizovaný trh, zabezpečenie všetkých legislatívnych podmienok, zabezpečenie zdravej súťaže, ktorá v konečnom dôsledku má príspevok vo všetkých komponentoch a segmentoch a energetických hráčov vo všetkých segmentoch energetického reťazca. Vrátane spotrebiteľa, vytvára sa určitý tlak na ceny. Ďalším cieľom a pilierom energetickej politiky je trvalá udržateľnosť, ktorá znamená podpora technológií nízkouhlíkového charakteru, vrátane obnoviteľných zdrojov a podpora technológií priaznivých na životné prostredie. Energetická efektívnosť, hovorím o nej ako poslednej, ale preto, lebo prispieva tento cieľ a pilier ku všetkým predchádzajúcim pilierom energetickej politiky. K bezpečnosti, konkurencieschopnosti a takisto aj k trvalo udržateľnému rozvoju. Je považovaná za najlacnejšiu náhradu zdroja a zabezpečuje zdravý rast ekonomiky. Čo sa týka podmienok Slovenska a vývoja Slovenskej republiky v tomto ohľade, myslím, že môžeme prezentovať Slovensko ako krajinu, ktorá za posledné obdobie od roku 2002 zaznamenala značný progres. V časovom horizonte od rokov 2002 až 2009 znížila energetickú náročnosť až o 38%. Spomedzi krajín OECD to bol vyhodnotený ako najvyšší progres v tomto parametri. Spomedzi krajín Európskej únie Slovenská republika dosiahla pokrok a svoje prvenstvo v zníženiu energetickej náročnosti, znížila tento parameter o 21%. Pri kalkulácii celkového zníženia energetickej náročnosti od roku 2002 až prakticky po súčasnosť sa energetická náročnosť znížila takmer o 50%. Vyzerá to veľmi pozitívne, avšak historicky daná štruktúra energetického priemyslu, energeticky náročného priemyslu predpovedá veľký potenciál, ktorý je stále v podmienkach Slovenskej republiky značný a z hľadiska absolútneho vyhodnotenia parametrov energetickej náročnosti Slovenskej republiky spomedzi európskych krajín sa zaraďujeme medzi krajiny s najvyššou energetickou náročnosťou. Čo sa týka strategického rámca a legislatívneho rámca Európskej únii, boli tu pred chvíľočkou prezentované, len v stručnosti zhrniem, že ciele a úlohy v oblasti energetickej efektívnosti boli obsiahnuté v strategických prehľadoch energetiky z roku 2007 a z roku 2009. Priniesli svoje účinky aj v národných politikách a v národných stratégiách. Taktiež bol prijatý akčný plán energetickej efektívnosti Európskej únie v roku 2011. Na ne nadväzujú smernice, ktoré sa dotýkajú oblastí a segmentov priemyslu s najvyšším potenciálom. V roku 2006 bola prijatá smernica o energetických službách, ktorá bola nahradená novou smernicou o energetickej efektívnosti číslo 27. Taktiež to boli prijaté smernice pre oblasť štítkovania, ekodizajnu a pre oblasť budov, kde takisto v Európskej únii je zaznamenaný značný potenciál. Slovenská republika aklimatizovala svoj legislatívny aj strategický rámec Európskej únie a prijala rad strategických a legislatívnych dokumentov. Ciele a úlohy v oblasti energetickej efektívnosti Slovenskej republiky boli obsiahnuté už v energetickej politike Slovenskej republiky prijatej v roku 2006. Stratégia energetickej bezpečnosti v roku 2008 stanovila prvý cieľ energetickej efektívnosti do roku 2020 vo výške 11% konečnej spotreby energie. Prvý strategický dokument svojho významu v oblasti energetickej efektívnosti, ktorý bol prijatý v roku 2007, bola koncepcia energetickej efektívnosti, ktorá serióznym spôsobom zanalyzovala energetické prostredie Slovenskej republiky a nastavila opatrenia v tom strednodobom výhľade, tak ako to bolo požadované v smernici o energetických službách. Implementačným nástrojom koncepcie energetickej efektívnosti mali byť a sú 3 akčné plány energetickej efektívnosti, ktoré boli prijaté na 3-ročné obdobia od roku 2008 až do roku 2016. Posledný akčný plán, ktorý bol vo vláde prijatý v júni tohoto roka, zhromažďuje a plní požiadavku novej smernice energetickej efektívnosti na akčný plán. To znamená, že vyhodnocuje výsledky predchádzajúceho 3-ročného obdobia, nastavuje opatrenia na roky 2014 až 2016, ale pozerá sa na energetickú efektívnosť a víziu aj v dlhodobejšom horizonte do roku 2020. Národný program reforiem v roku 2013 stanovil cieľ energetickej efektívnosti do roku 2020 podľa metodiky novej smernice o energetickej efektívnosti a obsahoval aj prvú správu energetickej efektívnosti. A nakoniec energetická politika Slovenskej republiky, ktorá bola prijatá v novembri tohto roku, zapracúva najnovšie poznatky v oblasti efektívnosti a jej prepojenie s inými sektormi energetiky. Čo sa týka cieľov energetickej efektívnosti, v koncepcii, v prvých 2 akčných plánoch, v stratégii energetickej bezpečnosti v roku 2008, ako aj v Národnom programe reforiem roku 2011, tieto boli kalkulované v súlade s metodikou pôvodnej smernice o energetických službách. Táto smernica dávala povinnosti členským štátom priemerne za 9-ročné obdobie zabezpečiť úspory 9%, čiže za jeden rok 1%, v prepočte priemerom, vyhodnotením priemeru spotreby predchádzajúcich období. To znamenalo zabezpečiť úsporu za 3 roky 12,4 petajoulov. Slovensko pri vyhodnotení úspechu v tomto ohľade zabezpečilo plnenie cieľov, využívali sa metodiky kalkulácie smerom zhora nadol aj zdola nahor, to znamená jednak kombináciou projektov, výsledkov projektov a kombináciou výsledkov štatistiky, tak ako to umožňovala metodika v vtedajšej smernici. Ciele energetickej efektívnosti v novej smernice majú svoju vlastnú metodiku, ktorá bola už zahrnutá pri definovaní dosiahnutia národného indikatívneho cieľa 686 petajoulov v podmienkach Slovenskej republiky, teda zabezpečenie 20% úspory využitím metodiky Prime z roku 2007. A tieto údaje boli definované v Národnom programe reforiem v roku 2013, v súčasnej energetickej politike a v 3. akčnom pláne energetickej efektívnosti, ktorý bol schválený vo vláde v júni tohoto roka. Čo sa týka 3. akčného plánu, ten samozrejme vyhodnocoval predchádzajúce programové obdobie a nastavoval opatrenia na nasledovné obdobie. Vo všeobecnosti môžeme konštatovať, že potvrdil pokrok v oblasti energetickej efektívnosti, nakoľko sa podarilo vo vyššej miere, až v percentuálnom vyjadrení 81%, vyhodnotiť projekty metodikou z dola nahor, to znamená cez projekty. Na základe koláčových grafov je zrejmé, že najväčší príspevok v oblasti energetickej efektívnosti, a teda aj potenciál, ktorý bol využitý, bol v sektore budov až do výšky 60% a v oblasti priemyslu realizáciou energetických auditov a zavádzaním nových technológií. Zdroje, ktoré sa podieľali na financovaní týchto opatrení, boli vo výške 6,8 miliónov eur, pričom sa skladali jednak zo zdrojov Európskej únie, zo štrukturálnych fondov, v rámci ktorých slovenský štátny rozpočet spolufinancoval opatrenia a projekty, takisto cez programy štátneho rozpočtu, ale využívali sa aj súkromné zdroje. Čo sa týka plánovaného obdobia na roky 2014 a 2016, akčný plán definuje dosiahnutie podielu primárnej energetickej spotreby v roku 2016, ako aj konečnej energetickej spotreby. Rozsah tohto dokumentu je rozšírený v porovnaní s prvými dvoma akčnými plánmi, pretože aplikuje už požiadavky novej smernice a pozerá sa na energetickú efektívnosť nielen na strane spotreby, ale aj na strane výroby, prenosu, distribúcie. Dáva požiadavky na predkladanie ročnej správy energetickej efektívnosti do komisie a predkladá aj proces a popis implementácie smernice o energetickej efektívnosti a poskytuje aj výhľad nad rámec roku 2016 do roku 2020. Čo sa týka legislatívneho rámca Slovenskej republiky, takisto je transponovaný legislatívny rámec Európskej únie. Bol prijatý rad zákonov v oblasti budov, v oblasti ekodizajnu, štítkovania, v oblasti pravidelnej kontroly kotlov, vykurovacích sústav a klimatizačných systémov a zásadnejším spôsobom, nakoľko smernica o energetickej efektívnosti je prierezová a dáva vyššie povinnosti štátom vo všetkých oblastiach národného hospodárstva zmeniť energeticky efektívne správanie, tak bol prijatý aj zákon o energetickej efektívnosti v Národnej rade 21. októbra, ktorý by mal byť v najbližšom období vydaný vo Vestníku zákonov. Čo sa týka samotného zákona o energetickej efektívnosti, tak ako som spomínala, implementuje smernicu a nahrádza pôvodný zákon číslo 476 o energetickej efektívnosti. Upravuje zásadnejším spôsobom rámec pre racionálne používanie energie, stanovuje požiadavky na energetickú efektívnosť v celom energetickom reťazci a vytvára podmienky pre motiváciu pre energeticky efektívne správanie. Systémovo podporuje poskytovanie energetických služieb, zákon definuje nové pojmy podpornej energetickej služby, garantovanej energetickej služby. Dáva požiadavky na rozšírenie kvalifikácie energetických auditorov a poskytovateľov energetických služieb. Zároveň sa zvyšujú povinnosti pre informovanosť obyvateľstva, zvyšujú sa štandardy formy vyúčtovania spotreby, a možnosti poskytovania informácií o spotrebe nad rámec vyúčtovania. Slovenská inovačná energetická agentúra, ktorá je podporným orgánom pre tvorbu politík Ministerstva hospodárstva, má stanovené nové povinnosti a nové výzvy pre túto inštitúciu aj v oblasti informácií, v oblasti komunikácií s verejnosťou a v oblasti podpory celkovej politík. Úloha štátu pre energetickú efektívnosť je v smernici o energetickej efektívnosti veľmi jasne stanovená v článku, ktorý hovorí o povinnom percente obnovy budov ústredných orgánov štátnej správy. Počíta sa teda so vzorovou úlohou štátu, čo predpokladá samozrejme zníženie nákladov na užívanie a zaťaženie verejných rozpočtov. Povinnosť ústredného orgánu štátnej správy, kompetentného za oblasť budov, je vypracovať dlhodobú stratégiu rozvoja investícií do obnovy budov. Taktiež sa zákonom zakladajú povinnosti pre veľké podniky, pre všetky veľké podniky vypracovávať pravidelne energetické audity. Ministerstvu hospodárstva sa umožňujú uzatvárať dobrovoľné dohody o úsporách s priemyselnými podnikmi. Nové požiadavky na energetickú agentúru sa týkajú aj v oblasti monitoringu. Túto oblasť považujeme za jednu z významných víziev do nadchádzajúceho obdobia. Monitorovací systém je potrebné prebudovať v súlade s požiadavkami smernice, v súlade s požiadavkami príprav akčných plánov. Je nevyhnutné, aby čo najväčšie množstvo projektov metodikou zdola nahor bolo podchytené a boli zrejmé účinky opatrení v rámci jednotlivých sektorov. Slovenská agentúra na základe súboru dát, ktoré by mala v najbližšom období sledovať, bude môcť vyhodnotiť ciele energetickej efektívnosti a opatrenia vo všetkých segmentoch národného hospodárstva. Samozrejme, Zákon stanovuje aj nové povinnosti pre ministerstvo hospodárstva v oblasti prípravy koncepčných dokumentov, koncepcií energetickej efektívnosti, tvorby akčných plánov a každoročné predkladania materiálov, reportovacích materiálov do Európskej komisie. Teda zákon a jeho obsah aplikuje vlastne všetky tieto charakteristiky, ktoré som povedala, s tým, že považujeme tento zákon za rozsiahlým zákonom, nakoľko siaha do ďalších a otvára ďalšie zákony, ktoré sa týkajú regulácie, energetiky, zákona o obnoviteľných zdrojov energie a tak ďalej a tak ďalej. Aký je význam zákona, aký je význam energetickej efektívnosti a aký je význam tejto politiky, je nesporné, že energetická efektívnosť bude mať príspevok pre rozvoj národného hospodárstva. Znižovaním energetickej náročnosti a prevádzkových nákladov budú prinesené efekty pre verejný, pre komerčný sektor, pre domácnosti. Tak ako som spomínala, zníženie spotreby primárnych energetických zdrojov pomáha znížiť závislosť na importe energetických komodít, zvyšovať energetickú bezpečnosť štátu, energetickú bezpečnosť ako takú a taktiež prispieva ku zníženiu zraniteľnosti štátu a energetiky. Prispieva sa opatreniami energetickej efektívnosti výraznou mierou aj k boju s energetickou chudobou. Príspevok je nesporný aj ku konkurencieschopnosti, reguláciou nákladu za položky energie. Keďže v podmienkach Slovenskej republiky vnímame sektor budov a sektor priemyslu ako sektor s najvyšším potenciálom, predpokladá sa v nasledovnom období rozvoj tohto sektoru, rozvoj stavebníctva, takisto rozvoj sektora priemyslu, zvyšovanie zamestnanosti a tvorba pracovných miest. V neposlednom rade ale je dôležitý aj príspevok ku životnému prostrediu a zníženie negatívnych dopadov z produkcií emisí skleníkových plynov. Na záver mi dovolte len konštatovať, že energetická efektívnosť nie je krátkodobou politikou. Je a musí byť dlhodobou politikou a vláda Slovenskej republiky sa bude preto zaoberať naďalej, zintenzívňovať svoje aktivity v oblasti získavania finančných zdrojov, v oblasti monitorovania a bude sledovať všetky sektory národného hospodárstva. Podporu máme aj zo strany novoprijatých politík Európskej únie, ktorá bola prijatá a pred chvíľkou prezentovaná. V oblasti Európskej únie a energetickej efektívnosti boli prijaté indikatívne ciele vo výške 27 %, ktoré dávajú možnosť členským štátom na základe nákladovej efektívnosti flexibilne nastaviť svoje opatrenia. Takže verím, že v nadchádzajúcom období budeme môcť taktiež sprezentovať výsledky štátu v oblasti energetickej efektívnosti. Ďakujem veľmi pekne za pozornosť.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Žáková, for a very broad overview of the situation in Slovakia, including the most recent changes in our legal environment, very appreciated changes. And we will have now a small change in order of presentations, as the next speaker is not yet here. So I would like to turn to Mr. Wolfgang Leubel and ask for his presentation. Mr. Leubel is a senior scientist and deputy head of business unit called Sustainable Buildings and Cities at the Energy Department of Austrian Institute of Technology. And he is a scientist with more than 100 scientific papers and books and book contributions published in the field of urban development, urban energy planning, and also climate change adaptation. So please be so kind. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I will have a little bit a critical view to answer those questions that have been raised for our panel. I have to go down. Yeah, just to say some words on my institution. I'm coming from the AIT, the Austrian Institute of Technology, We are a company, we can say, with around 1,100 people working there, the academics mostly, and 100 PhD students and further master students. So we are owed by the state, but by 50% and something, and the other 50% are owing a federation of the Austrian industries, which are also partly stately owned. We have 5 departments, and most of them are working in infrastructure, and I'm coming from the energy department as shown here. The questions that have been raised here in the panel you can find again here on the slides. My focus is I'm coming as urban planner from urban issues and the related renewables there, and the efficiency topics in these issues also. I'm coming also, discussing also the market and the implementation topics. I think this is also quite important beside the R&D. We have to think about the side of the demand of the stakeholders, and we have to talk about the user acceptance. We have heard from Paul Hodgson about our targets. Are they so ambitious? If we look, we have the 2020 on top, and below you find the numbers and the lines for the 40, 27, 27. And what has changed here in the slope is the decrease of the greenhouse gas targets to go down to 40% by 2030. So we have a steeper slope here. But if we look at the situation now, you find here the numbers, expectations for 2016. So we are quite behind the targets, not quite, but a little bit. And you find also that the Visegrad 4 states, and they are in line with the others. We have here 9%, and we have here a range of 9 to 10%. If we look here, where are those 10% by the decline of greenhouse of energy consumption here? And if we see there's quite a gap between the 10% and where we could be or should be. So there is quite some effort necessary to reach those targets for the greenhouse gas emission reduction, as well as for the renewable energy as an increase and the energy consumption reduction somehow. I said I'm coming from the urban side, and here a few words on this. Why I'm somehow concentrating on cities. They have a great efficiency improvement potential. As you maybe also know, that around 70% of all greenhouse gas emissions are coming from cities. So all the applications here show the highest leverage. We have large demand, and if we have a distributed as energy supply in the future, then we have also here a high volume to be targeted. And the population and the consumption growth is also concentrating on the cities, not only in Europe, but also worldwide. If you imagine Europe has around 800 cities above 100,000 people. So this is quite a lot where we can concentrate. Global emissions, I concentrate here on energy regarding electricity and heat. I don't go in detail, and I think this was not the topic here at all, on transportation, which is also an energy issue, and the industry, which is quite special to be considered. But here are different people working on, and I think this is not also my expertise to talk about. Renewables. Yeah, as here you find the content of this lecture, and this slide so you will see by and by when I change the chapter somehow. As if we are looking at the fuel mix, then you see there is quite some focus on fossil and nuclear in this Visegrad 4, as also in other cities. So there's quite some effort necessary for change to reach these renewable targets, and how this can be done is also clear. If we talk about the cities, then we have to concentrate on the renewables and on the efficiency improvement, not so much on carbon capture. This has to be done in different the areas, but not all time. We know about a project in Rotterdam where they are trying to reduce their greenhouse gas emission by 50% by having this measure implemented in the future. The renewables are quite clear. We talk about if we work in cities, the wind is not so much an issue, but it is one. We have here consideration on solar energy, on ground sources, a little bit on hydropower. We have quite some water networks where little turbines are included. I know them from Vienna, I know them from Copenhagen, so that there's quite some energy to be gained also from this kind of infrastructure. Yes, and bioenergy is also a topic, and what is maybe more important in this context of cities is to have this energy system as an improvement. This is the combination of technologies. This we need if we talk about district heating, if we talk about smart grids, yeah, and also if we talk about buildings. So here you see an interesting slide of the investments for the different energy sources or technologies, and what you can find here that you have quite some public investments that are topped by private ones and different shares. And you can also see that the EU funding is quite a trigger for starting those investments. If we look at the Visegrad 4, how is here the distribution in Europe? On the left side, you see the public investments, and on the right figure, you see the corporate ones, the companies, and on the public side, you can find investments mostly in Poland, but also in the other three countries, but there is still a gradient to the western part. You see these high investments in France and in Germany. Sure, there are larger, there are larger countries, but you can find the situation also if you look at the per person numbers. Here you see the photovoltaics market. There is quite a mature technology, but there is still activities here for improvement. The focus for research is China and USA. In Europe, we have this in Germany and Spain, and the installation focus you can find here on this figure is Germany, is Italy, is Belgium, it's Greece, but also the Czech Republic, as seen here on the slide. If we go further to the solar thermal, there is somehow a change. Here, the Visegrad 4, they play a less important role. You see some high-riser, which is Cyprus, Greece, Germany, also Austria, even Sweden has higher numbers, but they are not so suited to use the solar thermals. As you have it in, yes, in Greece or somewhere, but here you have the numbers higher, as in Slovakia or in Poland. If we talk about concentrating solar thermal power, that there is only focus in Spain, and this is clear because in other areas there is not so much suitability for application of those technologies in Europe. If we go further to the heat pump market, here the technology is also clear and well established, and if you look at the countries, the Visegrad 4 are somehow missing, so there is some improvement in this kind of activities, but this is on the private side, so that there must be some activities considered how here can be a funding, a subsidization, etc. It is not so easy, as we also know from Austria, where is also some efforts to be done to improve this, even if we have some funding possibilities on this. This is the only figure I found to show the projects in detail. Yeah? You see here that the renewables, fuel cell and hydrogen projects, and here you find a clear divide between the Western and Northwestern European countries that have here a focus, which is UK, again Germany, Italy, Belgium, France, and Netherlands, and as even Spain, Slovenia is here also to mention, and Greece. The Visegrad 4 are somehow shown here by Poland, which has some activities in this area. If we go further regarding efficiency increase, we have to talk about smart grids, about district heating. If we talk about smart grids, I think this is a quite important topic, as we have then finally the possibility of including the private energy generation into the grids. This is an issue that is discussed in I think every country, and there's quite some work to do, as it is a quite complex issue. One thing what is increasing this complexity is the problem of storage capabilities to use this private generated as a power for later times. We know what is possible here. And we know on the demand side also that there is some activities done regarding load shifting, regarding load shedding, but this is an issue. This has to be somehow discussed with the public, as we have here the user behavior to be considered, and this is not so easy, and I think here's quite some work to do, to have this kind of education somehow to so interest that the people in shifting their start of dishwashers, etc., to a later time or to an earlier time, so that you don't have those peaks, what you can see here around 20 o'clock or 19 o'clock. If we look the spatial distribution of the smart grid projects, you find here also some focus more on the western side, but it is not that distinct, but the Visegrad 4 are shown here by Slovakia, by Czech Republic, and to some extent also Hungary. Here's only Poland somehow missing as a partner. If we talk about the district heating topic, Yeah. There we have quite a large scale of different technologies to be considered. It is not only energy conversion, this is the components. We have here quite old infrastructure, and the change is not so easy. We have to think about the interfaces on efficiency measures. We have, if it's possible, to change from high temperature to low temperature, to have a reduction of losses in the network, and we need some kind of management improvement by taking new kind of metering techniques that are somehow missing in this district heating environment. Yes, and we need a decoupling of supply and the demand of thermal energy, that we need a shift of the heat from the day to the night, from the work days to the weekends, but also, if possible, from summer to winter. And this is quite complicated to be considered here in total. A very big topic is buildings. If you talk about the new buildings, this is quite clear. We need a reduction of energy losses. We need a reduction of energy consumption, and we need an increase of in situ energy generation. We have a different group of standards I think in all countries, and they have to be established, and they have to be filled with life somehow. We start from a standard building to the low energy, to the passive houses, which are still higher consuming than producing energy. We have a zero energy buildings, and we are ending in a plus energy buildings if we have these photovoltaics and small wind turbines established on the houses. What is still working now? A higher or a more important issue is retrofitting of old buildings. If you see here the distribution of the age classes of the building stock, you can find that nearly 80% of those buildings need some improvement. You see all these red bars and the light blue that they needed anyway. And even these dark blue houses from 1970s to 1990s need to some extent improvement, and this is a big topic in all cities to have this improvement somehow done. And it is not only the improvement, because the techniques are quite clear. You have all somehow well-known technical solutions here, but the major topic is the implementation process. Yeah? You have to integrate the stakeholders, you have to talk about the financing, so who is the person who gains the profit and who has to pay. This is quite important to discuss here. And we have here then, if we have this somehow done, to discuss, to decide about the retrofitting alternatives that has to be included here. This is not only the insulation of walls and windows, it is also the adding of PV, of solar thermal, and of heat pumps to exchange the fuels to have a better fuel mix here. One thing I have addressed in the beginning was user behavior. Yeah? There is quite some efficiency improvement. We have here our lifestyles and energy use or saving habits, and that there is quite a topic that is discussed in science. This is this rebound effect. Yeah? This means that people which are living in energy, that are living in houses that are causing low energy, they are using then more energy than before, yeah? As if they have been living in houses where they have to spend some more money on heating or cooking. Yeah? So if the people don't be so aware, if they are using then less energy, they have to stay at this kind of level, then there won't be a change, because if they find, well, the energy is now cheaper because it is partly done by the heat pumps, then we have to discuss how this can be somehow managed. And here's quite some work to be done. This is mobility also, and the use of electrical appliances in the households. The same has to be discussed for the workplaces and for the social infrastructure. Now I'm coming to the end. The lessons learned. You remember that the figure from the beginning. What are the targets for 2020? What have we learned from this? What should be done for the future? Let's say what 2020 targets have been achieved by which means. The efforts that have been addressed, they have been addressed more the low-hanging fruits, as we heard earlier also. As R&D, the results that are transferred to the measures, this has only been done if this is easily matching to the market conditions or accepted by the users. And the budget is always an issue. The people that are designing the strategies, they don't pay then for the measures. So there has to be a discussion how those can be somehow aligned. We have a distinct time lag between the development and the application. Adopting of new technologies is always a risk, or can be a risk. And reaching the targets, this requires so mature technologies and also implementation processes. And local adaptation needs additional time. And we have still a divide between the Western and the Eastern Europe countries in adopting the technologies early. But I must say that the Visegrad 4 countries are in some extent on the positive side here. What should be done to reach 2030 targets? We need, I think, more R&D to reach the high-hanging fruits. We have to strengthen the R&D for a faster development and for a transfer of the development into products. And we have to find some research funding for user behavior and user acceptance, and we need also, I think, a funding of market diffusion activities. If we think about the implementation, so all the implementation, at least from the demand side, this takes place somehow locally, in the cities, in the regions, by the people. So there is somehow kind of funding of implementation required for supporting to take the risk of financing new technologies. And the smart city calls that are running now are quite a good example, as here the implementation of projects are funded. Yeah, thank you for your kind attention, and I'm happy to answer some questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leibel, for a wonderful and broad overview of more technological aspects of energy efficiency. But of course, you also mentioned behavioral aspects and issues of innovations in services and business models and so on. That is an important missing point. And now I have a pleasure to invite our last panelist. Actually, on the agenda was mentioned Mr. Anders Stollen originally, but he had to apologize. He's sick, So Mr. Philip Urban kindly agreed to replace him. Mr. Urban is a founder of environmental interdisciplinary think tank Association for the Renewable and Alternative Resources. And he is closely working with Scandinavian countries, and in particular with Norwegians, on developing business in the field of high-tech and clean-tech technologies. So he is well positioned to replace a Scandinavian speaker. Mr. Urban, please.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne, budem hovoriť slovensky. Dámy a páni, musím vás pozdravovať od Andersa Stolana, ale Anders Stolan bol operovaný kolenom, takže sa nemohol zúčastniť, ale pokúsil sa z operačnej sály vám poslať túto prezentáciu. Ja pár vied k nej poviem, aj z pohľadu Slovenska, budem sa ju snažiť s odstupom trošku komentovať. Keď sa kladla táto otázka, ako dosiahnuť výrazne ambicioznejšie ciele oblasti klimatických zmien, pán Stolan si dal tieto otázky a toto rozmýšľanie. Norská vláda sa výrazne zaoberá ako jedna z mála na svete ukladaním uhlíka do zeme. Snaží sa to podporovať cez klimatické Dobre. Snaží sa to podporovať pomocou svojej hospodárskej politiky, geopolitiky a hospodárskej činnosti a byť lídrom v ochrane zeme. Uvedomuje si svoju zodpovednosť voči obyvateľom na tejto zemi. Keď sa pozrieme, túto technológiu si zobrali za cieľ aj iné štáty, ale aj za cieľ Nórsko, ktoré chce byť lídrom v oblasti výskumu a vývoja. Keď sa pozrete, prečo Nórsko? Nórsko z dôvodu toho, že Nórsko si zobralo za cieľ výskum a vývoj, za cieľ ukladanie uhlíka do zeme a za cieľ využívanie svojej biomasy, keďže vieme, že ich biomasa je veľmi dobrá. Rozložili to do dvoch oblastí rozvoja bioenergie, oblasti ukladania uhlíka do zeme v dvoch projektoch a snažia sa to ešte prepájať z oblasti biomasy. Ukladanie uhlíka do zeme z dôvodu toho, že ako vieme, majú svoj veľmi rozvinutý plynárenský a ropný priemysel a vlastne využívajú ukladanie uhlíka na to, aby lepšie mohli ťažiť suroviny. V oblasti biomasy z dôvodu ich zalesnenia. V oblasti výskumu a vývoja, ako využiť potenciál finančných prostriedkov z ropy a plynu, ako ich umiestňovať a rozvíjať svoj priemysel do budúcnosti. SINTEF, jedna z mála organizácií, ktorá vo svete je lídrom v oblasti ukladania uhlíka do zeme a ohľade výskumu a vývoja, je SINTEF. Je to nezisková organizácia, respektíve mimovládna organizácia, ktorá sa dlhodobo spolupracuje s celým svetom v 60 krajinách sveta a už investovala zhruba 400 miliónov eur do výskumu a vývoja. Keď sa pozrieme na túto tabuľku, vidíte portfólio ukladania uhlíka a investovania hlavne do technológií na ukladanie uhlíka v rôznych časových obdobiach. Vidíte tam napríklad, že v období od 2003 do 2012 investovali do toho 150 miliónov eur, takže z tohto hľadiska chcú ukázať svetu, že sa to dá. V oblasti výskumu a vývoja na tomto grafe krásne vidíte, ako vedia čerpať európske fondy na výskum a vývoj FP7, FP6 a ako to hlavne cieľene používajú. Keď tam vidíte tie zelené úseky grafov, tak to je SINTEF. Takže z tohto hľadiska. Dobre. Keď sa pozrieme, považujú to, SINTEF považuje ukladanie uhlíka a NTNU považuje ukladanie uhlíka za strategickky cieľ a zase strategický výskumný cieľ spolupráce norských inštitúcií a svetových inštitúcií v oblasti klimatickej ochrany. A keď sa pozrieme na tento graf, slide, tak na tomto grafe vidíme, že Nórsko v produkcii terawatt hodín chce duplicitovať potenciál svojej biomasy v oblasti výroby energií, v oblasti biomasy, aj keď vieme, že je lídrom v oblasti produkcie elektrickej energie z hydroelektrární. Keď tu vidíte tu porovnávanie so svetom, vidíte tu porovnanie s Európskou úniou. Norská vláda alebo samostatne aj norské výskumné inštitúcie sú výrazne, by som povedal, interdisciplinárne a túto interdisciplinaritu a používanie peňažných prostriedkov na výskum a vývoj snažia sa rozdeľovať čo najširšie, aby celý ekosystém krajinotvorby od lesníctva až cez energetický sektor až po obnoviteľné zdroje a výskum a vývoj bol zacyklovaný a snažia sa nachádzať synergické efekty. Kto je International Development Norway? Je to súkromná spoločnosť, ktorá bola spin-offom zo SINTEFu a zaoberá sa celým ekosystémom podpory podnikania a internacionalizácie podpory podnikania vo svete a snažia sa podporovať výskum a vývoj a spoluprácu s Nórskym kráľovstvom s inými štátmi. Vlastne servis tejto súkromnej spoločnosti je podporiť výskum a vývoj, podporiť komercionalizovanie a podporiť internacionalizáciu. V súčasnosti SINTEF, v súčasnosti IDN spolupracuje v týchto krajinách po celom svete, od Afriky cez interkontinentálne, takže myslím si, že máme sa aj my, aj Slováci čo učiť a plne odporúčam, aby Slováci spolupracovali s norskými spoločnosťami. Je to pre Slovensko, aj Európu, aj pre Zem prospešné. Ďakujem za pozornosť.
Thank you very much, Mr. Urban. And now we have around half an hour for discussion. So we have heard about European perspective, Slovak perspective, more technological perspective on and then Scandinavian or Norwegian activities. So there is plenty of issues to be debated, and we are ready for your questions. Please.
My name is Katarzyna Sobutka. I am come from Poland. Actually, the first sentence is rather thank you for Mr. Hodgson for showing Poland as a good example. But however, we have still a lot to do it in energy efficiency in Poland. But actually, I have a question to Mr. Lloyd. One of the slides you showed about the smart grid projects, and there was completely nothing in smart grids in Poland. Actually, I've got the impression that there is something missing within the data, because I know a couple of projects that were funded from the national funds and also from the business, from the industry in the smart grids. So I really believe there is much more projects in the smart grids area to show. In general, I want to also say that, for example, in the CETIS database, there is still no projects like that they were funded from the structural funds or other funds. So the problem with the data, it's an issue. So that's my comment. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yes, I think to merge the efforts by taking the structural funds, by taking additional money, to improve this kind of implementation funding, this would help a lot, I would say. Yeah? The others, I'm not sure that I have understand all of you of your kind of questions, but I think if we are trying to have a combination of countries and cities where some of them are quite forward and others are somehow following, this would help a lot to give examples and to show those good practices from one city to the other. In this smart city activities, this is working quite well, and I think that this would be maybe a possibility of expanding this kind of work also to other activities which are besides the city issues. I think we have to concentrate here on the demand side activities as we have to integrate the users here, and this is a possibility of doing this. I am not so familiar to have this kind of funding discussions on the supply side technologies. Yeah? This is not my topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next question, Mario, please.
Thank you very much, Juraj. Good morning, Mario Nicolini from the Slovak Atlantic Commission. I wonder if maybe perhaps the representative of the European Commission or our Austrian colleague may comment on Ukraine, on the energy efficiency, what is realistic, what is possible there. If you do any work in this direction, that would be very useful. Thank you very much.
Yes, maybe I can start. I think if you talk about energy efficiency for Ukraine, I think we have to stay now more on the demand side if it's possible. Yeah? I think this is obviously a matter of budget, but if there is funding, then you have the possibility of reducing the energy consumption because there is anyway not so much here, and you have the possibility of increase the labor force by placing those activities. I think it will help to have the external funding. It could be that the funds from the EU, the development funds, but also this technology-oriented funds to have a kind of showcases in this area and to identify the possibilities of taking simple measures and what is then possible of improvement. Yeah? I think this would help a lot in this way.
Thank you. I mean, if there's a potential for... Is that me making a noise? If there's a potential for energy efficiency in the European Union, there's double the potential in Ukraine. I mean, so there's such a high energy intensity, both in housing and in industry, and yet the opportunity in terms of reducing reliance on imported energy and maximizing their ability to serve their needs with the energy they produce themselves is very great. So it's our view that this is a very important area to progress on. Why isn't it happening? Partly because this is all micro. I mean, this is what we're discovering. There is, in renewables, you can build a dam, or you can say to the oil companies, you all have to include 10% of biofuels in the fuel you sell, and you make a big step forward with one action. But energy efficiency is all about individual buildings, individual production lines. It's all micro. And government intervention it requires really skilled government intervention to maximise the potential and to work with rather than against the economy and work with rather than against the civil society. And that's an area that we've all been building up, those of us who've been active on energy efficiency over the last decade or so, but it hasn't been a high priority in Ukrainian government for obvious reasons. And it's not a task which we see being given a high status, whereas we've seen efficiency gradually rise up in terms of status in public policy making. It's not got that status in Ukraine. Are we acting? Yes, we are. I personally have lost, or am about to lose, one of my best officials, a guy called Krzysztof Góralski, who originally worked in Poland, then came to work with us. He's going to go and join the Ukraine support group, and his job will be to get efficiency and renewables moving in Ukraine. And we're also going to nominate one of the people within our team, just as we have a country desk for Slovakia, for example, we will have a country desk for Ukraine. It'll be the only country outside the EU for whom we will have a country desk. So a person who can make the transmission system. Of course, it's not just us who can do these things. Energy community is very important. Researchers, independent bodies. It has to be a priority for geopolitical reasons. Forget about the climate. It's a priority for us all if we want to have a stable relationship on our eastern frontier.
Thank you very much. If I can add, the energy intensity in Ukraine is twice as high compared to V4 countries, and it's fourfold compared to West European average. So clearly there are plenty of low-hanging fruits in terms of technologies. But as Mr. Hodson mentioned, the legal environment, the culture, the institutional arrangements, the corruption, all these things are formidable barriers for fast progress. But we need to help Ukraine to make that progress, and it is a matter of urgency.
A ja vám odpoviem ešte na to. Zoberte si tak, že môžete modernizovať Ukrajinu formou modernizácie agrosektora pomocou biometánu. Biometán je rovnaká molekula ako zemný plyn. Takže vy môžete úplne modernizovať vidiek ukrajinský a energetickou efektívnosťou zase mesta.
Thank you very much. Please, the next question. Please.
Thank you. Weber, Slovakia. What Mr. Leubel has presented clearly shows that in order to achieve those 27% of renewables by 2030, we are lagging behind. So my question is to more or less all Visegrad 4 countries, but they are not represented, so I am asking our Slovak representative how we are going to accelerate production of renewables, and which sectors of renewables are going to be supported by practical I would say, policies. Because we know that photovoltaics used to be boom. Now all distribution companies are trying to dump it down. And other renewables, I see some attempts in bioenergy, but it is always great fight with the local authorities. So it means, there is there a clear vision how to achieve those 27%? Because, I would like to see it. Thank you.
This is a question targeted primarily at Mrs. Žáková, please.
Vaša otázka smerovala skôr na oblasť obnoviteľných zdrojov energie a na podporné nástroje a mechanizmy v tejto oblasti. Samozrejme, Slovenská republika aj v súčasnom období zákonom o obnoviteľných zdrojoch energie zabezpečuje podporu tejto politiky. To, čo do budúcnosti je potrebné zároveň zobrať do úvahy, okrem samotnej podpory, aj otázka vzťahu k trhu ako takému. Politika štátu je do budúcnosti okrem samotnej podpory zabezpečiť aj spravodlivé súťažné prostredie obnoviteľných zdrojov energie a budú sa podporovať také typy obnoviteľných zdrojov, ktorých náklady na výrobu vlastne sú čo najnižšie. Čiže tá ekonomická efektívnosť v oblasti obnoviteľných zdrojov bude preferovaná. Takže v podmienkach Slovenskej republiky je to najmä oblasť biomasy, ktorá má vysoký potenciál. Čiže jednak cez programy, cez zákon o obnoviteľných zdrojov energie, ak sa teda pýtate na tú víziu do roku 2020. Čiže sumarizujem len teda výsledok odpovede. Je potrebné podporovať tie obnoviteľné zdroje, ktoré obstoja a sú konkurencieschopné s ostatnými energetickými komoditami a zdrojmi.
Ja vám ešte odpoviem na to z nezávislého pohľadu. Zoberte si tak, slovenské hospodárstvo sa musí, najlepšia efektivita je synergický efekt, keď jednou ranou zabijete 5 múch. Slovenský cukrovarnícky priemysel je v útlme. Tak produkujme krmnú repu, dáme prácu Rómom, z tej krmnej repy vyrobíte v Rimavskej Sobote biometán a máte náhradu zemného plynu na Slovensku. Na Slovensku ani jedna biometánka nefunguje z jedného dôvodu, že SPP distribúcia nechce pripájať biometánky do sieti. Pritom program Green Gas Grid funguje. Biometán je komodita, nová súrovina, čiže tu môže štartovať nový biometánový priemysel. A takisto aj Ukrajinci môžu splatiť svoj dlh voči Európskej únii, ak budú zaplatiť formou biometánov, formou offsetov. Takže tu máte modernizáciu. Čiže toto sa tu na Slovensku zanedbáva, respektíve to nie je slovenská vláda ambiciózna a treba toto podporovať. A vlastne robíte. Ja som vyrátal také čísla, vám poviem, viete znižiť spotrebu zemného plynu na Slovensku formou biometánu o 8% spotreby, keď vyrobíme si slovenský zemný plyn a vytvoríte na 20 rokov 4 000 pracovných miest. Len na spotrebné dani donesete slovenskému štátu 180 miliónov eur za 20 rokov. Takže treba koncepčne, interdisciplinárne spolupracovať a takto naplníme aj tie ciele, ktoré máme, do ktorých nás tlačí Európska únia, aby sme splnili. Čiže aby sme zabili tých 5 múch jednou ranou.
Thank you very much. Please, and then you. Vzadu.
Gazda Energie portál SK. May I ask in Slovak? Put question? It's better for me. Rád by som sa spýtal zástupcu Európskej komisie. V tých prezentáciách bolo veľa spomínané o dosiahnutých cieľoch v politike energetickej efektívnosti. Málo bolo spomenuté spotrebované náklady na túto politiku. Mňa by zaujímalo, do akej miery Európska komisia vyhodnocuje, koľko to stálo daňových poplatníkov, koľko to stálo, teda daňových poplatníkov cez, povedzme, štrukturálne fondy a koľko to stálo tá implementácia tej politiky priamo povedzme, priemysel alebo spotrebiteľov. Ďakujem.
Thank you. We have two financial impacts from energy efficiency. We have an upfront cost of investment, and we have a saving in the cost per year of paying for energy. Our estimate is that the net balance of those two impacts up to 2020 is positive. For Europe I don't have figures for Slovakia. For Europe as a whole, we're looking at an extra 20 billion of cost, but a 26 billion reduction in energy bills by 2020. If you look at particular products, for example, the work we do on standards, minimum standards for vacuum cleaners or light bulbs or refrigerators, we only ever make a ban at a level where the products that are banned are more expensive over their lifetime than the products which we leave in the market. So yes, there are costs, but the benefits outweigh the costs.
Thank you very much. And we had the next question here. Here.
Ja by som sa spýtal na takú praktickú otázku, čo sa týka teda tej najnovšej legislatívy na roky 2014-2016. Vieme veľmi dobre, že veľmi veľká časť obyvateľstva Slovenska býva v panelákoch, respektíve v veľkých obytných domoch, ktoré sú spravidla pripojené na monopolného dodávateľa tepla, na systém centrálneho zásobovania tepla. Počuli sme tu na veľmi pekné prednášky o tom, že už nie je problém starý dom premeniť na energeticky pasívny dom, alebo dokonca aktívny. Záleží to len na množstve peňazí, ktoré tí ľudia chcú do toho investovať a na vypočítanej návratnosti. Chcel by som sa spýtať pani Žákovej, že čo by poradila obyvateľom takéhoto domu, ktorí chcú implementovať u seba nové technológie, efektívnejšie z energetického hľadiska, aby docielili možnosť, že sa môžu podľa nejakých legislatívnych fínt odpojiť od centrálneho zásobovania tepla, pretože momentálne to zákon explicitne zakazuje. Čiže čo by sme mohli poradiť takýmto obyvateľom, aby v praxi mohli za svoje peniaze vybudovať vo svojom vlastnom obytnom dome systém vykurovania a ohrevu teplej užitkovej vody pomocou energeticky efektívnejších technológií. Ďakujem pekne.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne za ťažkú otázku. Naozaj odpoveď v tomto ohľade nie je jednoduchá. Viete, vláda Slovenskej republiky vždy musí zohľadniť všetkých hráčov. Tento pohľad je pohľad, rozumiem, pohľad spotrebiteľa. Čo má spotrebiteľ urobiť, aby mal spotrebiteľ efekt? Sú tu pohľady emisí, pohľady energetických politík, pohľady centrálneho zásobovania teplom, ktoré je tu ako historicky dané. Môžem vám povedať, že je to téma, s ktorou už dlhodobo sa trápime a riešime ju a balancujeme vlastne aj v tých riešeniach medzi týmito dvoma politikami. Centrálne zásobovanie je energeticky, je z určitého uhla pohľadu efektívne, z určitého neefektívne. Z pohľadu emisí je jednoznačne centrálne zásobovanie tepla v prospech politiky znižovania emisí, pretože každý samostatný zdroj v rámci budovy alebo v rámci nejakej bytovej jednotky a ich suma je vždy vyšším príspevkom na emisie. Čiže to je otázka klimaticko-energetická. Čiže nie je jednoduché samozrejme odpovedať, čo má spotrebiteľ robiť. V každom prípade jednoznačné odporúčanie je, ale to asi každý v tejto miestnosti vie, zateplovanie úspory na strane spotreby. Ja verím tomu, že v blízkej budúcnosti Ministerstvo hospodárstva, vláda nájde riešenie aj pre túto otázku, pretože je to potrebné riešiť. Otázka parametra vysokej účinnosti. My potrebujeme vyhodnotiť podľa toho, aký je parameter vysokej účinnosti, ktorý musí byť ale objektívne zadaný Slovenská inovačná energetická agentúra je inštitúcia, ktorá bude definovať ten prepočet parametra vysokej účinnosti a to je ten break-even point, podľa ktorého sa bude určovať, či sa má alebo nemá systém odpájať. Je to úloha, ktorá je v nadchádzajúcom období pre ministerstvo hospodárstva jednou z najzávažnejších úloh, aby sme teda odpovedali vám na vašu otázku.
Now, we have something like 10 more minutes, which is enough for one, maybe two questions. Last one or two questions. Please. Everybody eager to have a coffee. Well, here is a comment from Mr. Urban.
Pán Valentovič, ja vám poviem, tu na Slovensku v súčasnej dobe sú dve vetvy. My sme to mali aj včera na dinner session. Decentralizácia a centralizácia. V prvom rade treba si uvedomiť, že smernica o energetickej efektívnosti platí. My ju budeme musieť plniť. Slovensko v tejto oblasti ešte šťastie spí, ale jednoducho termín ide. Čas plynie. Možno pán Hudson vie niečo k tomu ešte povedať. A jednoducho musíme stavať energeticky aktívne domy. A tu je najväčší problém, lebo sedíme aj v tomto auditóriu, sú tu energetické firmy. Ako sa oni prispôsobia, keď sa, by som povedal, tok energonosičov obráti? Na to neodpovedajú manažéri z energetických firiem, bo ani sami nevedia na to odpovedať, ale na túto vec sa musia chystať. A možno pán Hudson by vedel nejaký koment k tomu povedať, aká je stratégia.
Thank you. I don't think Slovakia is sleeping. I think this is difficult. It's true that Slovakia has not fulfilled all of the necessary implementation of our legislation, nor has any other member state in Europe. It's true that they must, and we will ensure it, working with the national administrations. But it is not at all the case that Slovakia has been sleeping and has not been trying to make progress, and there are lots of progress on the ground. We had a CSR, what do we call that? A special recommendation to Slovakia on energy efficiency, which we lifted because we saw that Slovakia had made good progress over the last 12 months, and we see that as an area of progress. In terms of positive energy buildings, we see as a technical question, which you have a technical question, we have a technical question too, how do we properly define as a default European solution the energy balance of a building? What is the method, the calculation method for a nearly zero energy building, because member states have to ensure that new buildings are nearly zero energy? How much weight do you put on renewable energy from nearby? What weight do you count biomass district heating as a contribution, for example, to the zero energy building or not? It's quite a difficult technical work to do, but there's a real policy objective here. I think partly economically it makes sense to exploit our roofs of our houses, either for solar thermal or for PV. It makes sense to exploit our cellars if we have them for biomass boilers, particularly for houses out in the countryside. It also gets us as active consumers. It makes us much more. My brother-in-law has just moved to a house near Scotland. In Scotland. He got PV subsidised. He suddenly starts looking at all the details, not only of the money he's earning from his PV, but more generally, he's become an active manager of the whole energy consumption of his house. So I think encouraging self-production has an important way in breaking us free of a simple dependence on anonymous big companies. The anonymous big companies will always be there, but let us become more active consumers of the energy they supply.
Thank you very much for both contributions. So the last question, any more questions? No, I don't see any hand. So thank you very much for your active participation, and many thanks to our panelists, to Mr. Hodson, Leubel, Mrs. Žákova and Mr. Urban for their contributions that triggered quite a few questions and good debate. Thank you. Good. Dobre. Tak. Stihli sme. Najprv som mal trochu obavy, že nebudeme stíhať, lebo proste sa dá. Aj to sme trochu pozde začali, aj niektoré prezentácie boli také dlhšie. Zvládli sme. Našťastie nám dali dosť času.
Very interesting. That's okay. There's lots of, as always, the questions are more interesting. And good luck to you. It's not easy.
It is not easy.
I tell the same story everywhere. It's not easy. Exactly, because it's not a money problem.
But the money is only part.
Yeah.
To combine all layers.
Exactly. Yes, no, it's. I'm glad that there was this opportunity. It's the first time I come to Slovakia, and I have a very active Slovakian colleague who's always saying you should go. So.
So the discussion about the diabetes was very difficult.
Yeah, Miroslav. Yeah. Because he worked with us for a while, and then he learnt all our secrets, and then he came and he. He's a good negotiator.
Yeah, good. Try to persuade everybody.
Yeah. Oh, well, I'm sure we will have more negotiations to come. Okay, very glad to meet you, Mr. Jaka.
I think there will be a few more questions.
I'm sure.
I suspect Mr. Nicolini.
Thank you very much. Okay, glad to mention the question. Yeah, we will be there. I'd love to see you. Hello.
You already met in Krynica, maybe you remember or not?
Yes, I remember. I remember your face, but I can't remember.
Oh, okay. I would like to make an interview because I have so I don't know when I'm leaving.
I'm not leaving yet, so we have time to do it. Before lunch. We would have to do it either now or during the next session. Because Livia has grabbed me for some things, so am I allowed to? Is he one of your people?
Čiže toto je panel 2.
Mala by tam byť len tá prezentácia. Takže je to len skúšobne, ďakujem, spustiť. A ako to
to vlastne bude posúvať, aby som mu dal inštrukciu.
Ja mu to potom vysvetlím, iba bude to entrovať.
Čiže iba entrom.
Ja mu to spustím a potom, alebo spaceom teda.
Dobre, 18
Späť.
slajdov, malo by to fungovať. Dobre.
Bude sa to iba prepínať, alebo si to bude posúvať tým.
Dobre, ok, ja mu poviem, že buď entrovať, alebo vybrať.
Dobre. Spaceom je to jednoduchšie, lebo ten space je predsa taký dostupnejší.
Keby sa potreboval vrátiť späť.
Tak šipkami, ale možno teda šipkami. Takisto ako každá iná. Tak aj takisto presne. sú už vymenené? Tenovky sú už vymenené? Ten finál? No, 3 sú.
sú tie šípky. Aha, takto.
To môžete aj šípkami.
Aha, aj môže až, OK.
Aj šípko doprava dole.
Toto je akože ďalšia
Nie,
snímka.
a toto je ďalší slide. A
OK.
týmto idete buď naspäť, alebo šípko hore pôjdete naspäť, ale kľudne
Dobre.
môžete, lebo spaceom, ten je najväčší, takže ten trafí.
Jasné. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am very honored to open the last panel of Central European Energy Congress. The title of this panel is V4 Gas Markets, Integration and Security of Supply. I would like to underline the fact that there is V4 gas markets, not V4 gas market, because V4 gas market hasn't existed so far. V4 gas market was fragmented into national markets. As a chair of the panel, allow me to address a few introductory remarks. Natural gas supplies to V4 countries represents amount of 41 BCM a year. As you can see, the Poland and Czech Republic is more coal-oriented. The Hungary and Slovakia is more gas-oriented, according to the share of natural gas in energy mix of these countries. 41 BCM is quite a proper market, but when we take into consideration also adjacent countries, Ukraine, Baltic states, Romania, Austria, it could be established the market with 130 BCM a year, and it could be a big challenge for the future. Natural gas market of V4 countries are characterized by very similar problems: dominance of Russian supplies, decreasing demand for natural gas, limited interconnections, absence of substantive interconnector direction north-south, overwhelming east-west flows, and limited and poor market liquidity. What we will be speaking about in this panel is the security of supply issues, north-south gas corridor. In the framework of this gas corridor will be built interconnector between Czech and Poland, between Slovakia and Poland, and obviously Slovak-Hungarian gas interconnector. Then we have to devote our ideas, our attention to the Russian-Ukrainian crisis, where we will find 82 BCM amount of gas if the Russian supplies across the Ukraine will be cut off. But last but not least is the principles of EU gas market. It's right that we were not successful to establish the common European energy market so far. But it remains our goal for the future, and that was the reason I tried to prepare fundamental principles of EU gas market. I don't want to restrain you about these details. If someone interested in this issue, my presentation will be at disposal for you. But what I would like to underline is the key steps towards the gas target model and international gas market. It means application of network codes related to congestion management, capacity allocation, gas balancing, interoperability, and gas tariff structure. The majority of these measures will be implemented, will be realized by transmission system operators. And that's the reason that we meet in this panel representative of transmission system operators of V4 countries and Central Europe. Allow me to introduce my distinguished panelists. Firstly, Tomáš Mareček, who is chairman of the board of directors of joint stock company EUStream, the Slovak TSO. Then Yuri Vitrenko, managing director from Naftogaz of Ukraine. The Naftogaz subsidiary or daughter's company is Ukrtransgaz, which is Ukrainian transmission system operator. Then Andreas Rau, managing director Net4Gas from Czech Republic. And then Adam Marzecky, manager from gas system, transmission system operator from Poland. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Mareček. Tomáš, the floor is yours.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tomáš Mareček. I'm chairman of the board of EUStream. At the very beginning, maybe I should correct Mr. Klepáč slightly, because as you all know, this is V4 guest conference, but after yesterday's very hard discussions during guest session, during dinner guest session on topic South Stream, the Hungarian colleague refused to participate in this panel. So you can see, at least for the gas sector, you can see the revised V4 setup, which is less Hungary plus Ukraine, but hopefully only for today. I love looking at things from different perspectives that are most people used to, from unconventional perspectives, because many times it leads to not so much obvious conclusions. And sometimes it leads to discovery of solutions which you wouldn't expect at all. And I would like to share some of these insights during my presentation. If you look at my first slide, this shows simple thing. When we at EUStream fly to Gazprom, even if Gazprom is seated officially in St. Petersburg, all negotiations with Gazprom we have are held in Moscow, surprisingly. So we usually go to Vienna and then fly directly from Vienna to Moscow. If you look at this map, it seems that the airlines which are going from Vienna to Moscow are trying to bypass Ukraine, as is the case with many gas pipelines. For security reasons, this is the flight path of Austrian Airlines, but the second operator on this route is Aeroflot, and Aeroflot uses pretty much the same route. But the logic of this curve, please note that this is not a straight line, this is a curve, is because it is pictured on a map. And as we all know, the globe or Earth is round. So if you switch to different perspective, which is on the next slide, you can see that if you look from the space, then the route is direct, and it is only that looking at the map is sometimes a bit confusing. So first thing that we have to look at the things very properly in order to see the reality as it is. So first conclusions, that globe projections are much more precise or accurate than when we are looking only at the maps. When we consider routes from east to west or from west to east, the northern routes appear shorter or longer actually than they are in reality, and the southern routes appear shorter, and in reality they are in fact longer. And this applies both to pipelines and to airlines. And because airlines operate in fierce competition, they cannot afford to choose any other solution than the best one, which is obviously not the case when building pipelines. This is a very important picture which shows the highways for the Russian gas to Europe. You can see 3 existing gas corridors. The oldest and by far the largest and most important one is the yellow one, which crosses Ukraine, then is split into 2 branches. One goes to the south, Moldova, Romania, Bulgaria, Greece to Turkey. And the western route goes through Slovakia to Czech Republic and Germany, and through Austria to Italy. The overall capacity of this system is more than 140 BCM. Second system is Yamal, which crosses Belarus and Poland and transport gas to Germany with capacity approximately 33 or 34 BCM. And the last one is Nord Stream with capacity of 55. Russia last year supplied Europe plus Turkey with 161 billion cubic meters of gas, which is approximately 1/3 of European consumption. And if you look at the utilizations of these 3 corridors, then you can see, with a small exception of direct pipelines to Finland and Turkey, that for the Ukrainian transit corridor, they use it for transporting like 90 billion cubic meters. But in Nord Stream, due to the Opal issues and Nel issues, Nord Stream was utilized at less than 50%, which means that in case that South Stream is built with total capacity of 63 BCM, and Gazprom would utilize fully Nord Stream and fully Yamal and fully South Stream, they can comfortably bypass totally Ukrainian system. And not only Ukrainian system, but also Slovak system in Moldova, and system in Romania. And these assets, with the combined capacity of 140 BCM, would be traded off for a system which is like 60% smaller, because you would kill 140 BCM capacity, existing capacity, which is already there, and you would spend enormous amounts of money to build new capacity, which is only 63 BCM. So this is the risk for, first risk for, and the major one for Ukraine, because if this is the case, then the Ukrainian transit system would be economically and afterwards physically totally ruined. And because Ukraine depends on it very much, it will be completely hostile action against Ukraine, I mean supporting South Stream. Now again, a different perspective. This is similar map, but extended to Russia. I call it field to hub, which means that this shows the overall routes from the gas fields in Western Siberia and in Yamal Peninsula to the European gas hubs. The thickness of the pipelines represent their capacity, so the relative comparison of the capacity of these pipelines can be derived from it. If we start from the north, then you can see that Nord Stream pipeline, which is the newest one, is feeding from Bovanenkovo field, which is on Yamal Peninsula. Then the pipeline runs from Bonavenkovo to Uchta, then to Grazoviec, then to Vyborg, and then to Germany. It's 4,240 kilometers long. And what is important, it is under the 100% control of Gazprom. On the Russian territory, Gazprom is the sole owner of the pipelines. And on the Nord Stream, they control 51%, which means that they effectively control the whole pipe. Second route is Yamal route, which was built in 2000, I think, which is slightly shorter, I mean from field to the hub, slightly more than 4,000 kilometers. If you calculate it effectively, then Gazprom controls 83% of this pipeline. They control 100% till the Russian-Belarus border. For the last 2 years, they control 100% of the Belarus transit system, Beltransgas, and they are having minority stake in Yamal, Poland. I think it's like 48%, and long-term booking. So again, this route, so to say, under control of Gazprom. Then you have Ukrainian route, which is the southern branch. So this is feeded not from Bovanenkovo, but from Urengoj and Jamburg gas fields, which are quite huge, but also quite depleted as of today. This route to the closest European hub, which is Baumgarten, which is 25 kilometers from this room, is 4,700 kilometers long, and the effective control, the proportion of Russian control, is only 63%. So my guess would be that what is the intention of trying to buy or rent Ukrainian gas transmission system, or to set up JV with Ukraine, or to set up JV with Ukraine and European Union, and so on, to increase this percentage. And the proposed solution is potentially South Stream, which is like 60% longer than all other existing routes. It is close to 7,000 kilometers long, and if it is built, then it will be controlled by 100% by Gazprom, all the way up to the Baumgarten, which is pretty much in the heart of Europe. Another different perspective. The red line you can see is the proposed route for South Stream. This is not only that offshore section has to be built, and section in Bulgaria, Serbia, Hungary, and 60 kilometers in Austria have to be built, but also close to 2,000 kilometers in Russian federations of brand new pipelines has to be laid down in order to South Stream to be able to supply the gas to Europe. So combined 3,700 kilometers. The orange line, which is on the north, is pretty much the same pipeline. It has the same length, and it goes also from the Russian Federation, actually exactly from the point where Nord Stream starts. If I remember it correctly, yesterday's dinner guest session, my Hungarian colleagues would definitely argue that the orange line provides diversification of gas routes to Lisbon. They will be, of course, right. But I was wondering whether they can persuade me that this pipeline is needed. I believe not. And I think this is exactly the same case as is the South Stream. So, next slide. It's completely different perspective, and I would say, from my perspective, slightly terrifying. This is what will happen if South Stream is built. Do you see the red circle in Europe? I think Hungarian colleagues are right that South Stream would provide additional route, so effectively diversification of the routes. We all use this phrase when we talk about security of supply, that it is always better to have 2 or 3 options than one. Then if some of the V4 or European countries has some problem, that they can simply switch to another source. I think this is true, but the logic behind South Stream, when you look at this map, is that this is true mainly for Russians. That this provides diversification of the routes, but for Russia, in case there is some problem. And you can guess what all kinds of problems there can be to change the route. So I think the only thing that is missing in completing this circle is that Gazprom will buy Andreas Rau and Net4Gas, and the circle is complete. So, few conclusions regarding South Stream and the consequences for Central and East Europe and for Southeastern Europe. South Stream does provide diversification of transmission route. That's true. But the list of the problems is much longer. Firstly, it is non-compliant with the third energy package, which I will explain in a few minutes, is the critical moment. Second, it provides no diversification of gas sources. It provides no additional liquidity to Europe, which means no more competition, no more price convergence, and potentially selective pricing for the countries along the pipeline. It would cement the dominant position of existing supplier in Balkan countries, because even now they are 100% dependent on the Russian gas. But what is not so obvious, that underutilization, it will lead to underutilization of, as I already said, of existing assets, which are, if you look at the map, back, in the northeastern direction from South Stream route. As I said, Ukraine, Slovakia, Moldova, and Romania especially. But what is even more interesting, that it poses significant threat of reducing the volume of the gas which can be traded in the region as well. Because simple facts are that if South Stream goes from Black Sea to Bulgaria, and you have corridor from Ukraine, Moldova, Romania to Turkey, it would effectively block the transit pipelines in the southern direction from South Stream, which means from in Bulgaria and down to Turkey and Greece. Because what we can expect that if it is built, it has 4 strings under the Black Sea, each 16 billion cubic meters capacity. And by the way, the route which goes through Ukraine, Romania, Bulgaria down has capacity in Romania 30 billion cubic meters, and from Bulgaria to the south only 16, which is exactly the one pipeline. So what I would expect that if it is built, that one pipeline of the offshore section will be connected to this north-south corridor across Balkan countries, and it would fill the pipelines with this gas, which means Romanian pipelines will remain empty, and Bulgarian pipelines going to Greece and Turkey will be congested. That's first point. Second point, when the South Stream reaches Baumgarten with a capacity of 30 or 32 billion cubic meters, we will face pretty much the same problem. Because Baumgarten, you can read in newspapers that we have virtual trading points and that you are supplying gas to some country or region. But the fact is that the only way to transport gas is through pipelines. And when you go to Baumgarten, which is close to Slovak-Austrian border, from Baumgarten there are only 2 options to go further. One is TAC pipeline to Italy with capacity 40 BCM, and one is VAC capacity pipeline to Oberkappel to Germany with capacity like 8 or 10 billion cubic meters. So combined capacity of these pipelines is around 50 billion cubic meters. To Baumgarten, there are 3-4 pipelines from Slovakia with a capacity around 60 billion cubic meters. If you add South Stream, you will get to Baumgarten 90 billion cubic meters, but you have only 2 small pipelines running from Baumgarten. So what you will do with that gas? You cannot transport it anywhere. So the obvious solution is to physically reuse existing capacity from Slovakia, because the combined physical capacity, if they provide it on a firm basis, cannot be provided both for South Stream and for Slovakia. And unofficially, we've been from Austrian side already informed that they are considering reducing the technical capacity from Slovakia by adjusting the metering stations, because they cannot take over all the volumes both from Gazprom and from Slovakia. This is pretty much the compliance with European energy legislation for me. The result probably would be instead of increasing liquidity in this region, reducing the liquidity in this region. And Hungary, Slovakia, and Ukraine will become the countries at the end of the pipe, so to say. So the volume of the gas can be reduced in order to provide this region with exactly the amount of the gas which is needed, whatever is the reason. So these are the some of problems of the South Stream. I think maybe I can mention two more, another, or again from different perspective, two more interesting insights. If you look at this map, you can see, and you can read in newspapers actually every day, that Gazprom is cutting supplies to Europe or reducing the supplies to Europe by 30, 40, 50%, depending on the country. Some journalists usually explain it as a punishment for reversing gas to Ukraine, which Gazprom doesn't like. So this is like kind of their reaction. They will reduce the liquidity in the region so that it is much harder to reverse the gas flow, because if there is no surplus liquidity, there is much more difficult to transport gas to Ukraine. But I think that maybe this is not the case at the end of the day. At least maybe this is not the only case. If you look at the map, you will, as I already mentioned, I think second or third biggest customer of Gazprom is Italy, consuming, I think, 30 billion cubic meters of Russian gas. It's transported via Ukraine, Slovakia, Austria, and the TAC pipeline. TAC pipeline in Austria cannot be reversed. So if it is the case that Russians are afraid of reverse flow or punishing someone for reverse flow, this would definitely doesn't make sense in case of Italy, firstly. Secondly, Italy is the 20% shareholder of South Stream Offshore, and he is pretty much needed partner for Russians. So it doesn't make sense to cut the supplies to Italy as well. And the fact is, if you look at the Snamrete, which is the operator in Italy, on his website, 2 days ago, the published data were that Snamrete nominated 88 million cubic meters of gas at Tarvisio Point from Austria to Italy. Because for those who are not specialists in gas business, it works that you have long-term contract. Under long-term contract, each day you nominate what amount of gas you want to purchase the next day. And then you have to reach, so to say, agreement with your supplier. And then when it is confirmed, it is allocated to you. So 2 days ago, at Austrian-Italian border, Italians nominated 88 million cubic meters per day, and what they received? 62. They were cut by 30%. They are partners of the Russians in South Stream, so Russians need them. There is no risk that some Italian gas could be even theoretically reversed to Ukraine. So maybe the so-called punishment for reverse is not the major case. Third point is that if you look at the physical flows across 3 existing routes, Nord Stream, Yamal, and Ukrainian and Slovakian route, for the last 2 months, they are pretty much stable. I've seen the chart for last 8 years, and there was no such period of such stable flows during September, October, and November in last 10 years. So what could be, of course, theoretically, the cause of this? You cut your customers, which are your friends, your co-shareholders, and they cannot pose any threat to you by reversing gas to Ukraine. You are losing actually money because for non-deliveries you have to pay penalties. So why would you do this? Unless you have to. So if you go back from Italy across Austria, Slovakia, Ukraine, someone can ask whether the problem is on Ukrainian side. And we asked our colleagues on Transgas, and this is not the case. There is no problem. So then you go east, and you end up in the Western Siberia fields. And one of the obvious and logical solutions is that Gazprom has some technical difficulties and has some major problem in their gas fields, which are feeding the southern pipelines. Because you don't see this problem on Nord Stream. And Nord Stream is fed from different field, from Bovanenkovo in Yaman Peninsula. So maybe we are blaming Gazprom and it is not needed. Maybe it's not their decision to punish someone or cut someone. Maybe it's simple the physical problem that might be some failure in their gas fields. So they are not able to provide more gas to Europe simply because they don't have the source. It can be one of the explanations. Of course, this is theory, but it can be, and it seems logical to me. Second remark, when we are looking at this map regarding South Stream, is that for South Stream to be built, I mean the offshore part, we know that it will cost probably something between 10 or 15 billion euros. These pipelines are built in a way that the shareholders provide 20% of the capital and the rest is borrowed from bank on long-term basis, which means that 80% should be borrowed from banks. If it costs 15 billion euros, the so-called equity contribution of shareholders will be 3 billion, and they need to raise 12 billion from banks. But there are two problems. One is that it's extremely expensive, much more expensive than when it is built, than when the pipes are built in Europe, probably for some reason. And secondly, that Gazprom, due to European legislation, cannot choose the tariff for gas transit according his will. Because, and these two facts, heavily overpriced investment and, so to say, regulated tariffs, gives you the fact that the payback period for the pipeline will be very long. Because you invest heavily, you get only relatively small revenue. So in order to pay for the 15 billion, you have to wait many, many, many years, 15 to 20, first of all. Secondly, if you need 80% of that investment financed by the long-term loan from the banks, the banks will provide you under one condition. They need to see the cash. They need to see the cash flow. If the payback period is 15 years, I wouldn't lend you 12 billion euros, even if I have it. So what they need to see, I mean the financing institutions, secured cash flow of the South Stream for next 15 years. Next step, who can provide you with 15 years secured cash flow? if this is the pipeline which starts in Russia, gas is from Russia, only Russian company. No one else can book Gazprom or South Stream offshore capacity for 20 years without having gas on the Russian side. So the only customer who can provide South Stream with 20 years booking is Russia. And this is the major trick, because under the third energy package, there is no way you own the pipeline and have long-term booking for 20 years for the full capacity, unless you are provided with the exception. So this is the major problem, that the European Union is standing firmly that they will not provide Gazprom or the countries with the exemption. And without the exemption, it doesn't make economical sense. Even if it does some other sense, for political reasons, someone has to pay for it. But then there's the problem that this is not solely Gazprom pipe. There's also Eni, Italian company, and the French. And the Italian company 3 weeks ago announced that for their 20% stake, they will provide only 600 million euros, which is exactly 3 billion of equity.
Thomas,
so what they...
Thomas, it is extremely important, extremely interesting, but time is running rapidly.
Okay, thank you, and sorry. So the problem is that if South Stream doesn't get any financing, then the Eni will probably quit. If Eni quits, then it's a major problem for Russians. So you can read Google News and watch exactly at what time the Italians will quit the South Stream. And this will define the future of this project. So I will try to speed it up. Brief overview, because this is Security of Supply Conference as well, of the gas balance of V4 countries. You can see that the overall annual consumption of these 4 countries is 41 BCM, with combined domestic production, which is mainly in Poland, around 9 BCM. So these 4 countries need 33 billion cubic meters of gas import. If you look at the existing infrastructure, both from east and from west, the only remaining thing we need is to build and commission the north-south interconnections, especially from Poland across, we prefer Slovakia, down to Hungary. Similar map for the South and East European countries shows that they consume 26 BCM, produce approximately half of it. So their overall import needs of the all Balkan countries, including Romania, which is a very important country, you will see in a few minutes, is 12 billion cubic meters. Just put it in perspective of the 63 billion cubic meters new pipeline, if you have countries that altogether consume 12 BCM. Here I tried to put some bullet points regarding what should be the common goals, or what are probably the common goals. We have to provide security of supply, diversification of gas routes, yes. Diversification of physical sources of the gas. We need flexibility during winter, because average consumption is for nothing if it is minus 20 degrees. We need maximally utilize existing infrastructure and not to spend money on new one if it is not needed. And what is important, we need to keep flexibility for the future. So we think and think and think, and we try to describe how in this region we can solve our common problem with our existing assets. And I think we have, of course, it is only one of scenarios, but I think it should be the preferred one. The solution which could provide physical alternative for providing all Balkan countries with 100% of their consumption. The same for covering 100% of their security of supply. Additional utilization for most existing transit and gas storage assets. Even providing Western shippers with possibility to supply gas from Western Europe to Balkan countries and even to Turkey. We believe that this solution could lead to the fact that South Stream is not built, and then Ukrainian system will be utilized in the future, which would greatly help the whole region. In the future, it could provide gas corridor for exporting Romanian gas from their new discoveries, or from, for example, Agri pipeline, which could cross the Black Sea and end up in Hungary. And they can via this solution export the gas to Western Europe. Of course, it can be used for importing gas to Europe from all other sources in the future, starting Caspian, Iran maybe, Iraq, Egypt, Israel, Cyprus. I think all these sources of the gas will end up in Turkey, which will inevitably become the gas hub. So the gas liquidity will be at the border between Turkey and Bulgaria. And the only question is how to get it to the European customers. It will be ready for TANAP expansion, and it will be in full compliance with EU energy legislation. If you look at, again, this existing map, these are the main transit pipelines in this region. So the obvious solution, which would provide us with all the previous points which I already mentioned, is this one. We call it, you can choose E string, E like European string, or E's string. I think this was not still decided. Technical description, just to give you few facts, and this is, I think, one of the last slides, just for Mr. Klepáč. It could be the pipeline 1200 millimeters, 75 to 98 bars pressure level. It depends on the phase 1, phase 2. It will need no other compressor station. The capacity in the first stage for sending gas from west to east would be more than 12 billion cubic meters, which is the overall yearly consumption of the all Balkan countries, as you have already seen. It will be like 560 or 70 kilometers long, only in the territory of Romania. It could utilize approximately 80 kilometers of Ukrainian Soyuz pipeline, which is 1400 millimeters pipeline, which is now underutilized or not utilized at all. And as far as I know, our Ukrainian colleagues are still thinking that they could physically this pipeline turn around. So this perfectly suits this purpose. And it can be run by existing compressors in Velké Kapušany with relatively only small compression power needed. So no new investments on Slovak side, close to zero investments in Ukrainian territory, and the only thing that is needed is to build pipeline which is less than 600 kilometers long, without any compressor station and connect it to the Romanian transit system at Ukrainian-Romania border. And the capex, or the investment for this pipeline, based on our estimations we have for Slovakia-Poland interconnector, is that it would cost, the whole story would cost 750 million euros. For example, the Serbian part of South Stream, which is 420 kilometers long, will cost 2.2 billion euros. So this would solve the problem in all Balkan countries, provide the flexibility for the future, exporting Romanian gas, exporting or importing Caspian gas to Europe with 1/3 of the money which are needed only in Serbia. So, last slide is devoted to our Hungarian colleagues. I call it Adam Smith versus John Nash dilemma. Adam Smith, the famous economist, in his book, which is called An Inquiry into the Nature and the Causes of the Wealth of Nations, which is one of the most famous books in economic theory, which was written 238 years ago, stated that in competition, individual ambition serves the common good, which means that by pursuing pure individual interests, we will find the optimal solution for the whole group, whole country, whole region, whole Europe. Less than 200 years later, American mathematician John Nash changed this, and his conclusion is that the best result for the group will come when everyone from the group is doing what is best for himself and the group at the same time. For this amendment, he was awarded Nobel Prize in 1994, and this has many, many practical applications. The obvious question is whether Bulgaria, Serbia, and especially Hungary will choose to stay in Middle Ages, or if they will follow the path which was supported by the Nobel Prize in Mathematics. And small remark, you see at the bottom, the foundations of the John Nash theory was laid by John von Neumann, famous mathematician who was born in Budapest, Hungary. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Thomas, for your long but perfect presentation. I believe that all of you obtained perfect overview what's going on. The next speaker will be Yuri Vitrenko, Managing Director from Naftogaz of Ukraine. Yuri promised me to give 5 or 10 minutes from your presentation to the Thomas.
In exchange for reverse.
Okay. The floor is yours, Yuri.
Thank you very much for a brilliant presentation from Thomas, and I would like to start where Thomas ended, with the prisoner's dilemma by Nash. And if you know this game theory and the prisoner's dilemma, it's important to have trust in other players' behavior, because if you think that somebody will fail, or in prisoner's dilemma basically confess or betray whatever, then expectations of certain actions of other people in this equation will outline your actions. And I would like to speak about a very practical and very important at the same time step we have to make that would be like an exit test for our trust, if we can trust each other in this Visegrad group, or again, as Nash proven in this prisoner dilemma, we will have a much worse result that we would have if we unite. So I would like to speak about Ukrainian-Slovakian interconnector. What is the problem? The problem is the heritage contract betweenUstream and Gazprom Export. It's kind of a leftover from the gas supply contract from the Soviet Union times. This contract gives Gazprom Export exclusive rights to control interconnector between Ukraine and Slovakia for 4 main pipelines. Uzhhorod-Veliki Kapushany of annual capacity of about 100 BCM. This contract is a clear violation of relevant Slovakian and European regulation. It also violates Energy Community Treaty signed between EU and Ukraine in particular. According to the regulation and this treaty, only Ukrainian TSO can be a counterparty ofUstream with regard to this interconnector. Gazprom may still book capacities withUstream, ship gas in any direction, but it should have the same right as any other shipper, and therefore Gazprom should not be allowed to continue controlling the interconnector. There were attempts to provide some legal arguments why control over the Slovakian-Ukrainian interconnector by Gazprom does not violate the regulation and the treaty. The first argument was that it was not clear if Slovakian-Ukrainian interconnector was not subject to European Energy Community Treaty. This treaty provides for application of relevant European regulation, European acquis, to the contracting parties of the treaty. Technically, this led to necessity to transpose EU acquis to the treaty. For example, to replace EU member states with contracting parties. Accidentally or not, when definition of interconnector was transposed from EU acquis to EC Energy Community Treaty, interconnector between EU member states was replaced with interconnector between 2 contracting parties. It gave ground to some lawyers to question if Energy Community Treaty covers interconnectors between an EU member state, Slovakia in our example, and the contracting party, Ukraine. In order to answer to this question, Ministerial Council of the Energy Community had to issue an official clarification that Energy Community Treaty covers interconnectors between EU member states and contracting parties. The second argument was a so-called grandfathering issue. Some interested parties claimed that since the contract betweenUstream and Gazprom was signed before the relevant EU regulation was adopted, it should not be subject to this regulation. This argument has no legal grounds because it is not how the relevant EU regulation, Third Energy Package in particular, works. It covers not just new contracts, but also existing contracts which should be made compliant with the regulation. One can apply for an exemption from the Third Energy Package, but it's not given automatically for existing contracts. Just to mention, neitherUstream nor Gazprom ever applied for such an exemption. There are no regulatory or technical barriers to remove control of Gazprom over Ukrainian-Slovakian interconnector. No new regulation is needed. What is needed is just to enforce current regulation. During the recent meeting of TSOs in Brussels, chaired by the European Commission, bothUstream and Ukrtransgaz confirmed that their successful direct relationship with regard to new Slovakian-Ukrainian interconnector, Vayany-Uzhhorod, prove that they can do perfectly well without Gazprom in the middle. Major Ukrainian gas companies, shippers, use this interconnector for reliable transmission of big volumes of gas. One may ask, Slovakia already helped Ukraine and built a new interconnector. Why Ukraine is still not happy? First, we would prefer to look at it as a mutually beneficial cooperation, not as one directional help.Ustream did a great job, thank you, Thomas, by investing, again, some money, maybe even tens of millions of euros, into construction of a small pipeline that was connected to our existing pipes. We booked this exit capacity from Slovakia for 5 years and for a couple of €100 million. This is why we hopeUstream is well rewarded for their work. By the way, again, we pay a tariff that is probably 5 times higher than the tariff we get from Gazprom, but at the same time, we're not saying that, again, there is something wrong with that. we want European companies and Eastern European companies to do proper business with us, and proper business means it should be profitable business. Second, for us, this issue is a matter of principle. We went to Maidan to fight the authoritarian regime of Yanukovych and his choice of Russia over Europe, because Europe for us is a priority of common values over interests of corrupt individuals. It is the rule of law, not rule of dirty money. As you know, we lost more than hundreds of our best citizens in this fight. Now we're losing thousands of our best sons who fight against Russian troops and Russia-backed terrorists in eastern Ukraine. Because we want to defend our choice. We do not want back to Russian Empire. I think that all Visegrad countries remember these times and they don't want to be back to these times as well. We need to stop it. Otherwise, they will conquer and destroy whole Ukraine. By the way, they will not stop in Ukraine on their march to restore Russian Empire. But back to Ukrainian-Slovakian interconnector. It's a very important test for us if a rule of law, European regulation, third energy package, energy community treaty are real rules of the game. If not, if one, even rather powerful, market participant can threaten or corrupt European Commission and national governments to an extent when they ignore their own regulation, then we, Ukraine, should realize that rules of the game are different from what we were inspired by. In practical terms, we need at least to adjust our plans to implement third energy package in Ukraine. Third, this new interconnector cannot solve all the practical problems. I mean, Viana-Uzhgorod interconnector. It's not big enough, even after it will be increased to 15 BCM of annual capacity. Ukraine alone needs 50 BCM of west to east annual capacity. Just to remind, existing interconnector provides 100 BCM. Should we have this capacity available this summer, we would save around $800 million on gas purchases, because we have huge capacities of our underground gas storages, 30 BCM, and it is economically efficient for us to buy gas in summer rather than evenly throughout the year. But it will be a big mistake to think that this interconnector is important just to bring more gas from west to Ukraine. This interconnector is key to create a regional hub that would allow efficient use of Ukrainian gas transmission and storage system for the entire region, for the Visegrad Group as well. As soon as we solve this issue, we remove existing bottlenecks between Hungarian, Polish, Romanian, Bulgarian, and Western markets. Everybody will be able to use backhaul to virtually bring enough gas from, let's say, German markets, for example, to these Eastern European markets, or from Greek LNG terminals. That is why it's often called virtual reverse flows. One important detail: solving Ukrainian-Slovak interconnector problem, make it in compliant with EU regulation, won't do any harm to legitimate interest of Gazprom. I want to stress legitimate interest of Gazprom. Its capacity bookings with Eustream won't be affected. Only if Gazprom interrupts physical flows to Europe via Slovakia entirely, then unused capacities could be used to physically transport gas from west to Ukraine and then, if needed, to Hungary, Poland, or Romania. Does it mean Gazprom will be also happy? Unfortunately, no. Gazprom will lose control over not just Ukrainian, but also Polish, Hungarian, Romanian, and Bulgarian markets. Not just that these countries will have an alternative supply in case of severe interruptions, and the latest stress test by the European Commission cry out about importance of interconnectors. Prices in this market will go down immediately. Immediately prices in Poland, Slovakia, Hungary will be not higher than prices in German hubs plus transportation to Ukraine. Soon after, as soon as we change the rules for the title transfer, that's the next step for us, prices in our countries will be lower than in Germany. It will be hub minus transport. That's why I don't understand why all of us, or at least many of us, are so confident that this friendship with Russia is helping their economy. In fact, this friendship kills your economy because you have competitive disadvantage, or kills our economy because we have competitive disadvantage if compared to, for example, German markets, where they have liquid markets and where they are not afraid of enforcing their own regulation to make their market compliant with the third energy package. The problem of the interconnector also makes it currently impossible for EU companies to use Ukrainian underground gas storage. That's because they cannot get in and out through this interconnector. Besides, it's also worth mentioning that solving this problem with Ukrainian Slovak interconnector will dramatically change the discussion over the South Stream. Thomas. Currently, Russia's strategy is blatantly simple, divide and conquer. One can recall that Russians did not invent this strategy. It's an old and probably Roman strategy, Roman Empire strategy. They like this, you see, strategies of empires. As soon as it will be demonstrated to Russia that it cannot blackmail the whole market, that interconnectors will be regulated by the third energy package, that Europe is indeed serious to have a fully integrated energy market, Russia will refuse from this project. So just to conclude, again, it's an important test for everybody, and if we want to, again, to use the logic you used, basically, this prisoner dilemma, we have to get trust in each other. And if we show to Russia that, again, we are not afraid that our interests, economic interests of our nations will prevail over corrupt interests of certain individuals in Russia or elsewhere, again, we will win this battle. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yuri. I have only one additional remark. Please take into consideration what we discuss in the welcome dinner on Sunday, the possibility, the option how to increase natural gas production from your Ukrainian resources. It's a big challenge for you. So thank you very much. Now I would like to give the floor to Andreas Rau, CEO of EU-Stream, of Net4Gas, former EU-Stream, yes, from Net4Gas, transmission system operator of Czech Republic.
Dobrý den, thank you. Thank you, Jan. I have to admit that sometimes I'm getting confused myself, whether it's Ustream or Net4Gas. As an introduction, it's a great pleasure for me to be here today. I spent more than 8 years in Slovakia between 2005 and 2013. And when I came from Prague on Sunday night, it was a little bit like going home. So it was a good feeling. On the other hand, the topics which we are discussing today are so serious that I cannot afford to get sentimental. And I wanted to refrain from any political comments, to be honest, because we are not politicians, we are businessmen. But I have to make one political comment at the beginning. This prisoner's dilemma, it's an interesting philosophical concept. Trust is needed. I fully agree with you, Yuri. But trust is not only needed among the V4 countries, it's also, to my mind, needed very much, again, between Ukraine and Russia, and between the European Union and Russia. And I'm not sure whether all of the statements I've heard yesterday and also partly today are really helping to build this trust. In this respect, it's a little unfortunate, I have to say, that nobody from Gazprom is attending this conference and has an opportunity to defend their position. Now, Net4Gas, for those of you who are not so familiar with the business which we are operating, Net4Gas is the sole gas transmission system operator in the Czech Republic. We are transporting around about 40 to 45 billion cubic meters per year, out of which it's 80% for international transit purposes and round about 20% for domestic purposes for the supply of Czech customers. Unlike other TSOs in Europe, our advantage is that we have spare capacities at almost all relevant entry and exit points, and also that our transmission system is fully reversible. This helps us especially when it comes to to security of supply issues. So the famous N-1 indicator for the Czech Republic is way above 1, it's rather 2 or 3. Not least thanks to the fact that in 2013 we commissioned the so-called Gazelle pipeline, which connects to the Opal system in Germany and to the Nord Stream corridor through the Baltic Sea. Now, Net4Gas and Ustream are similar companies. This does not come as a surprise. They used to be one company, so lots of similarities. There's one major difference probably. If we have a look at the contract portfolio, international gas transit, then the contract portfolio of Ustream is mostly east to west, whereas the contract portfolio of Net4Gas is rather north to south and west to east. And I will come back to this interesting aspect of west to east transport in a minute. The shareholders of Net4Gas are two financial investors, Allianz, the German insurance group on the one hand, and Borealis, a Canadian pension fund on the other hand, not to be confused with the Austrian chemicals group Borealis. It's a totally different company. Both of them are long-term investors. They call it buy and hold, so they have no intention to sell. So if I may answer Thomas' remark that Gazprom might be wishing to buy Net4Gas in order to close the loop, to close the circle, I can assure you that Allianz and Borealis, they have no intention at all to sell Net4Gas, not to Gazprom, and I have to say not to any other potential investor. They are quite happy with the investment and hopefully also with the management of Net4Gas. Both of them are quite experienced in infrastructure business, energy infrastructure business to be more specific. Allianz, they have a huge share in the Norwegian offshore gas transmission system operator Gaslet. And Borealis, they are owning one of the biggest gas distribution companies in the UK, Scotia Gas Networks, with a total pipeline length of 74,000 kilometers. So this is roughly Czech Republic plus Slovakia in terms of distribution pipeline system. In addition, another interesting aspect about Borealis, which is probably not so well known in Germany, they are the majority owner of the biggest nuclear power plant in the world. It's based in Ontario with an installed power of more than 6,000 megawatts. Now, let's have a look at international transit business. And if you're analyzing international transit business, then usually you start with an analysis of the supply-demand situation. If we can believe the projections made by the OECD and the International Energy Agency, gas demand will rather be stable in Europe in the next 10 to 20 years. We're at the level of 500 billion cubic meters per year, a little less in 2013 and 14 probably, but no big growth rates to be expected. Maybe the gas demand will even decrease. So this is not good news for our business, especially not for those companies who in the past heavily invested into huge infrastructure assets like Ustream and also Net4Gas. On the other hand, we can be pretty sure that indigenous gas production in Europe will sharply decrease over the next 2 or 3 decades. So this means that most probably post-2020, post-2025, probably there'll be a major supply gap in Europe which has to be filled somehow. Now, LNG is, of course, one of the options. Pipeline gas is another option, and if we like it or not, when talking about pipeline gas, Russian gas is probably the most competitive gas in Europe. This is leaving aside all the political considerations. From a purely business point of view, Russian gas should be rather competitive. So what are the export corridors for Russian gas today? Tomasz already described it in principle, so I will not spend a lot of time on this chart. The interesting aspect is that the total pipeline capacities for export of Russian gas into Europe, including Turkey, amount to round about 260 BCM per year right now. 260 BCM. Tomasz also mentioned the real export volume, Russian gas into Europe, including Turkey, in 2013, which was round about 160 billion cubic meters per year. Now, even if we should be careful when comparing annual capacities and daily peak loads, this already illustrates that we have quite significant overcapacities today, around about 100 BCM today. This has led to a situation in which Gazprom has options to shift gas volumes here and there, and at Net4Gas we believe from an economic point of view Gazprom is currently shifting gas to Yamal and to Nord Stream to the largest extent possible, because for them this means the lowest marginal cost. Now that all those investments, for example, into Nord Stream have been made, you can in principle consider it as sunk cost, and this means marginal cost for each and every cubic meter of gas which you're transporting in addition are the lowest on the Polish route and on the route through the Baltic Sea compared to Ukraine. So therefore, we've recently seen a complete shift in European flow patterns away from Ukraine to the northern corridors, and then in reverse flow, for example, through the Czech Republic, but also to Slovakia. And the next chart is to illustrate this trend a little more in detail. This is the Lanshot delivery point at the Czech-Slovak border. The blue line represents entry allocations since 2012, sharply decreasing trend, and the red line is for the exit allocation trend. So this means gas transmission in direction of Slovakia, sharply increasing trend, and the physical flow reversed in principle at the beginning of 2014, so that since then we've practically only seen physical flow in direction of Slovakia. And if you compare it with transit business in the last 20 years, this is a fundamental shift in the flow patterns in Europe. Now the situation as regards bookings, these are the underlying bookings for this reverse flow trend, is interesting. I would describe it in 3 steps, or let's say 4 steps. It all started in 2013 with a little bit of bookings on a daily or monthly basis, but the major first step then was taken or happened on 1st of January 2014, when Net4Gas had the first long-term reverse flow booking. And if you check our website today, long-term means until end of 2019. Capacities round about 40 million cubic meters per day booked on a long-term basis until end of 2019. And the second step, this is these are the peaks in spring, starting in spring 2014, when the Ukraine crisis really started to unfold. We had a lot of additional short-term bookings for reverse flow. Now it's always difficult for TSOs to assess what the underlying business case is. I assume that some of the big market players used reverse flow in order to fill their gas storages. And I also assume that one of the target markets for this was Italy. Last but not least, the third step happened when Ustream implemented physical reverse flow in direction of Ukraine in September this year. This is the peak you find on the right-hand side of the chart. There have been a lot of additional reverse flow bookings since then in the Czech Republic. Again, I suppose it's mainly for supplying gas to Ukraine. I cannot exclude, though, that partly it's also because in autumn we had an increasing spread between the German hubs and the Austrian hub, and maybe some shippers also made use of this spread in order to sell some gas at Baumgarten. But I suppose that the major part of all this gas is going to Ukraine. Now, whether this trend will continue or not largely depends, of course, on the geopolitical situation, and on the implementation of the winter package deal agreed on between Russia and Ukraine, and also, of course, what will happen beyond this winter gas deal. I suppose this in the end is not only a geopolitical question, but also a question of gas prices in the end. Now, let's have a short look at the stress test scenarios which the European Commission started to analyze in August this year. All member states were requested to provide their individual country reports. This is, in a nutshell, the result for the Czech Republic. In the first two scenarios, which assume a cut in transit through the Ukraine, there should not be any impact on the Czech Republic. As soon as it comes to more severe scenarios, like a complete cut in Russian supplies, either for 1 month or, in the most pessimistic scenario, for 6 months during the winter season, then it cannot be avoided anymore in the Czech Republic that certain customers have to be switched off. The good news, though, is that if everything runs properly, vulnerable customers would not have to be curtailed. That's the good news. And from the perspective of Net4Gas, another good news of this exercise is that the infrastructure capacities which we are providing, and also other infrastructure operators like storage operators are providing in the Czech Republic, are not a bottleneck. The bottleneck in such a situation would rather be access to commodity. That's the Czech situation. The European perspective is also quite interesting, and here I copied two of the scenarios which were analyzed at the European level. Again, it's the most severe cases, assuming a 6-month interruption of Russian gas supplies to Europe. And now it's two different scenarios. One scenario on the left-hand side, this is an optimum crisis management with full solidarity between the member states. And on the right-hand side, left-hand side, suboptimum. Not enough solidarity between the member states. Right-hand side, optimum crisis management with full solidarity between all member states. And if you compare the outcome of those two analyses, it's quite interesting to see that in an optimum crisis management, countries in southeastern Europe, they are profiting from solidarity, which is good. The negative impacts on southeastern Europe can be mitigated, just like for Estonia, for example. But the solidarity comes at a certain cost for those who declare themselves or who show solidarity for the others. And in this case, it's countries like Germany, but also Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Austria. Because in a crisis situation, here the assumption is that those countries would support the others, for example, through making available some of the storage capacities. So that's a very interesting concept. It's fully in line with the European spirit. I like it, but I have my doubts whether this will work in practice, especially having in mind that we do not have any mechanisms for this kind of solidarity at European level right now. and also having in mind that one of the basic features of a crisis is, during a crisis, you have no idea how long this crisis will last. So in such a situation, when would you start showing solidarity? Very difficult to answer this question. Compared to 2009, we are all much better off. That's again positive news, but there are still some bottlenecks in terms of interconnection capacities, some issues to be resolved, and at Net4Gas we are at least offering one project which should improve the situation for Central and Eastern Europe further. And this is the Polish-Czech interconnector project. The strategic rationale behind this project is twofold. First of all, we intend to establish the still missing north-south gas corridor in Europe, while giving access not only for the Czech Republic, but also for Slovakia and other countries further downstream in the south of Europe, for example, to the LNG terminal in Poland. And with the Hungarian-Slovak interconnector, which I really hope will start operations soon, we would have a good link already between Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Hungary. This is a huge step in the right direction. The second element, the second reason why we think it is a good project is market integration, and this is very much supported also by the European Commission. The idea of market integration means that you need certain pipeline connections for the markets to work as a single market. And no matter whether the pipeline capacities will be booked, whether there will be real flows in the end, the simple fact that you have the theoretical possibility to transport gas here and there should already have a positive impact on competition, and this should have a positive impact on the development of gas prices. So this is the idea behind this project. We are already quite advanced, and we also got the decisions of the Polish and the Czech regulator. Recently, positive decisions. We are still trying to clarify some details, but we're making good progress. We also applied for European funds. Unfortunately, in the first round, we most probably will not get anything. You probably know that most of the money will be allocated to the Baltic states. And this is simply because they are very, very vulnerable, probably the most vulnerable countries when it comes to a gas crisis. Therefore, I think the decision to allocate a lot of money to the Baltic states is fine. We will participate in the second call early next year, and I'm optimistic that then we'll get also funds, major funds for this project. The reason why we need funds for the Polish-Czech interconnector is simple, and I will explain it to you on the next 2 or 3 charts. First of all, the investment is massive. We're talking about 400 million euros in the Czech Republic and around about 500 million euros in Poland. Part of this investment would be needed anyhow to enhance capacities for the domestic market in the Czech Republic and also in Poland. So we are in principle combining domestic needs with international needs. That's the charming aspect of this project. But the investment is massive. And there's no business case. And this does not come as a surprise, because it's not like 10 years ago anymore, when the big vertically integrated undertakings had a very clear view on what kind of capacities they need. They would be willing to have long-term commitments on the transit side in order to finance the investments. This is all over. The rules of the game are completely different today. We made a market survey in 2012 and 2013, and we were not surprised to see that there's no willingness on the market side to have long-term commitments for such kind of pipeline. Therefore, different mechanisms have to be applied, and one concept which was again developed at European level by NSOC is a cost-benefit analysis. The idea of this is you analyze from a macroeconomic perspective what kind of impact such a project might have on the countries involved and also on the wider region. For our specific project, the cost-benefit analysis is very positive. So the cost, 400 plus 500 million euros, are much lower than the expected benefits in the long run. For example, resulting from a fuel switch, coal to gas, reduced CO2 emissions, for example, because of avoided supply disruptions, or because of the jobs which are created during the construction of such a project. So that's fine from the macroeconomic perspective. From the perspective of a business entity like Net4Gas, it's more complicated because we need to make sure that the investment is really remunerated over the next 20, 30, 40 years. And here we are currently in discussions with the Czech regulator, also with the European Commission. We as a TSO, we are willing to take the implementation risk and the ownership and operational risk for such a pipeline, but under the given circumstances, a TSO cannot take the commercial risk. If there's no market demand, but there's a political will because of security of supply, because of market integration to implement such a project, you need to find other mechanisms to finance it. That's one of the reasons why we think European funds are urgently needed for such kinds of projects. And this already leads me to my conclusions. There are a lot of uncertainties for gas transmission system operators. We do not have a clear view on what role natural gas, and more specifically Russian gas, will play in the future energy mix of Europe. We know that the big projects today are not market-driven anymore. They are rather triggered by the political aim to have market integration and to enhance security of supply. So therefore, my main message would be for new projects, but also to ensure fair remuneration for existing assets, including the assets which Ustream is operating. We have to find new tools, new mechanisms. We in principle need a complete regulatory shift at European level, which takes into account that those assets are to the benefit not only of the Czech Republic or Slovakia, but to the benefit of the whole of Europe. And this has to be taken into account also when talking about cost allocation. That's my final conclusion. Spontaneously, I added one more chart yesterday, and the reason for this is we've discussed a lot about the situation in Ukraine, Russian gas supplies to Europe. We have, to my mind, neglected one very important aspect, though, and this is the aspect of what does this all mean for the image, for the reputation of natural gas in Europe. My conclusion is it's catastrophic. It was already catastrophic in 2009, during and after the first gas crisis, but it has even become worse now. And we have to work, the gas industry has to work again on improving the image of natural gas as a safe and secure fuel, as a complementary fuel for renewables. My very concrete proposal would be that the Czech Gas Association and the Slovak Gas Association team up and develop a concept for how to promote, again, natural gas as a complementary fuel for renewables. Maybe even in the V4 context. This would be my vision. And I found an interesting statement made by the German Minister of Environment roughly 1 month ago, which I find very encouraging, and I will simply read it out to you. Barbara Hendricks, German Minister of Environment, not Economy, Environment, said in October, natural gas contributes to the diversification of energy supplies and thus also to enhancing competition between different fuels. It can be flexibly used and therefore is a good partner for renewables. For example, by blending natural gas with biogas or synthetic methane produced from renewable surplus electricity. Due to the aforementioned advantages, the competitiveness of gas-fired power plants can significantly contribute to achieving the climate targets. On the other hand, coal is currently unrivaled in its affordability. Thus, efficient gas-fired power plants cannot be operated economically, resulting in a negative climate impact. Therefore, the German government is working on 3 reform programs: a reform of the European Emissions Trading Scheme, the 2020 Climate Protection Program, and a reform of the electricity market in order to define new rules for the combination of fossil fuels and renewables. These reforms will strengthen the market position of gas-fired power plants. I think this is the direction in which the gas industry should be heading to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andreas, for your presentation. I remember that at that time when Andreas was chairman of the board in EU Stream, I was regulator in Slovakia. And I highly appreciate our mutual collaboration. There were everywhere hard discussion, but Andreas was able to accept also a regulatory point of view, and it was really noteworthy. Now you are in completely other situation in Czech Republic, I think. But the last lecturer in this panel will be Adam Marzecki from Gas System Transmission System Operator in Poland.
Hopefully it's working. Okay, so I hope that you are not tired after these very interesting presentations. I hope to give you some guidance about the Polish market and how we are contributing to the goal of creating the CEE market. I believe that we have some successes already, and we are cooperating together with Net4Gas and Ustream, or Ustream and Net4Gas in regards to the creation of the new capacities on our southern border. So I hope to give you some more details about this and the future. Okay, so for those who don't know gas system, we are the transmission system operator, the certified one, and we are owned by State Treasury of Poland, 100%. So how to say, we are more or less controlled by the Polish government. We are fully unbundled TSO. That means we are not dependent on any company or any company which is dealing with gas contracts, gas supply contracts. We are just operating the system, and we are providing the third-party access to our pipelines to every party which is interested in transmission of the gas in Poland. We are also the independent system operator on the Yamal pipeline, which is the pipe which was also mentioned by Mr. Mareczek, the one of the 3 pipes supplying the Russian gas towards the Western countries. And we are also the owner of the SPV company called Polskie LNG, the special purpose vehicle responsible for the construction of LNG terminal in Świnoujście, so the very first LNG terminal in Poland. Actually, a few weeks ago, Lithuanians just commissioned their terminal in Klaipėda. We were, let's just say, we are almost sure that we will be the first one, but the difference between those 2 terminals is that the Lithuanian terminal, it's not the, how to say, fixed terminal, it's just a leasing agreement. It's the leased asset from the Norwegian company called Höegh. And the difference between those terminals is that Lithuanian terminal is just a vessel, which is, how to say, parked in the Klaipėda and for 10 years. So this is probably the main difference between those two assets, and we are operating the transmission system in total almost 11,000 of pipelines, but this number will increase and increase in the next year, so that's pretty much it. How we are supplied? We used to be supplied mainly from the eastern direction. So this is shown in this picture. So I believe that this is the similar. It used to be similar picture for all of the V4 countries, also for the Baltic states, which you can see on the north side on top of this slide. And the main difference between this market these markets, because for the moment we cannot say that actually CEE region creates the one market, and versus the northwestern countries, is that we used to be supplied only from the east to west pipelines, and in the last few years we, together with the colleagues from Slovakia, from Czech Republic, from Hungary, and other countries, we enabled also the possibility of transmission of the gas for the west towards the east direction. And in total, those markets are, together with Baltic states, are at the level of 48. If we'll add to this 50 BCM of Ukrainian market, then we'll have the picture of 100 BCM market, which probably it means that it is a significant market, especially for the external suppliers, because for the moment we used to be supplied only in the vast majority from Russia, from the eastern direction. But if this market will someday become the complete and integrated market, then it may be also interesting for the external suppliers through the other directions. And this situation, if you will take a look on the right bottom of this slide, you will see that the prices are always tricky part of all of the presentations, of all assumptions, that we cannot actually find the one good source of this information. So what are the real prices on the borders from the import contracts, because they are of course classified. This is classified information. But what we can rely on, and probably this is the information that majority of also the journalists are using, is the Izvestia publication concerning the long-term gas prices in 2012. So you can see on the top of this the actual price for the Germany and the prices for the V4 countries, and you can see that the prices are different, and unfortunately V4 countries are paying more than the German market. This is not a big surprise. Probably all of us know that fact, but we believe that once we'll complete to implement our projects and also the concept of North-South corridor, this will drop significantly. So the system in 2009, our system in 2009 was, let's just say, the system which was only designed for the transportation from the east to the west. And actually we had only one point in Lasov, in the arrow green, which was able to provide the capacity from the Germany towards Poland with the not really significant 1 BCM per annum. And we experienced disruptions and shortages in gas supplies in 2005, in 2006 and 2009. And actually that was probably the starting or the starting point of our consideration concerning the changing of this picture and in order to address the market integration, in order to increase the security of supply of Poland and also for the whole region. You all know the concept of the North-South gas corridor, but I will talk about this on the next slide. But on this slide, I would like to just mention that the problems in the CEE regions are also well known from the Brussels perspective. It seems that Brussels knows about it, and it's providing some possibilities for us to finance the needed infrastructure which will help to integrate also this market and the market of Baltic states. On the 14th of October 2013, the Commission published the list of the PCI projects. So that means the projects of common interest, and vast majority of the projects from the Baltic states and also from the CEE region are on this list. That means that they can apply for the financial aid from the EU, and also they can obtain the special status which will help to implement those projects. North-South gas corridor, for the moment, the picture looks like this, and but what is worth to mention is that the North-South gas corridor projects brings new capacities, new pipelines from the north to south direction, but it will also bring some new supplies from the other sources. That it's not just the integration of the countries which doesn't have actually the large domestic production. We need to ask some external suppliers to provide also the gas from the other sources. And it seems that you can see it on the slide that the LNG in Klaipėda in Lithuania and LNG in Poland will be the first new sources also for this region. So unfortunately, the Lithuania is not connected to anyhow to European system. But probably that means probably that LNG terminal in Świnoujście will be the first new source of the gas starting from 2015. So what we've done in the last 10 years? So it's a decade of gas system right now. So we were established in 2004, and so it's our 10th anniversary. So it's worth to mention what we made during this 10 years. So by the beginning of next year, that means first quarter or maximum second quarter of 2015, we'll complete the infrastructure scenario marked in orange. As the result of this, we enabled the first connection on the south with Czech Republic and Cieszyn. We also enhanced the connection with Germany in Lasov with Ontras. Probably the most significant project on this is the establishment of the reverse flow on Yamal pipeline in Malnov. And why this project is so important? It's because that establishing of this reverse flow on the Yamal pipeline is the very first actually reverse flow on the pipeline from which was designed mainly from Russia for supplying Russian gas towards the Western countries, and this point provides the possibility to import to Poland by the reverse flow capacity of 5.5 BCM. That means it's a really significant capacity. If you will compare Poland with the annual consumption approximately at the level of 16, this means that this capacity is really almost 1/3 of the consumption. LNG terminal was already mentioned, and in Poland, the problem is that in Poland we don't need to just to create the interconnections, because it will be pretty much easy. But we need to also construct some internal pipelines, because the system is hugely bottlenecked. That means in order to be able to get the gas from the LNG terminal in Świnoujście, we were forced to construct also some internal pipelines in order to be able to deliver this gas to the other regions of the Poland. We believe that implementation of North-South gas corridor will be possible from the Polish perspective until 2019. So you can see it on this slide that we believe that by this perspective we'll be able to complete Polish and Czech interconnector number 2 in HAT, and also Polish and Slovakia interconnector. Also project which will link Polish transmission system with the Baltic states. It is called the project Polish-Lithuania. I will maybe just take a few sentences about the Polish-Lithuania projects. As you can see it on this slide, the project is really long in Poland. We don't have a transmission system in this part of the Poland, and that means that we need to construct the pipeline, which is 350 kilometers long. In Poland only. In Lithuania, it does require approximately 120 kilometers. And I'm not sure how many of you know the market in Baltic states, but the market is really, really limited. So in total, market of Baltic states is at the level of 4.5. So construction of this pipeline, it's really challenging if you want to find the business case, because it does require extensive capex, and the market is not really well developed in order to support the decision of implementation of this project. So that's why this project, it does require a lot of EU contribution in order to create a feed for the final investment decision for these projects. And what is really important for information on this slide, that probably those of you which are attending to the conferences like this heard a lot of investment projects, and especially those huge investment projects. South Stream was mentioned, and we are just getting more and more knowledge about these projects, and it seems that implementation of this big project is always really complicated, so the deadlines and the time schedules are always postponed for this. But in the case of this project, you can see that the difference is that all of these projects are approved by NRA. That means that they are ready to be financed through the regulated tariff of gas system also, but also with the help of European Union. So that means that it's not in this way that we are just thinking to implement all of these projects, which are really extensive, but they are also approved by the Polish NRA. That means they will be implemented in the future. So it's just a question of time. LNG terminal in Poland. Everybody is asking the question why it is not completed yet, because it's supposed to be completed by 2014. Unfortunately, we experienced some problems, mainly with the construction companies. I will not go into details about it, but the construction companies were not really that strong, financially strong, in order to carry that kind of investment, and because of the financial crisis and because of the market situations, they had some problems with completion of their contracts. So the terminal is postponed, but current status is it is advanced in the 94%. So the terminal will be commenced first quarter to second quarter next year, when the first vessels with the LNG will come to Poland. And what is important to say is that, I'm not sure, yeah, it's probably really small on your screen. If you will take a look on the picture on the highest corner of the slide, you will see that there are two storage tanks located currently on the terminal, but there is a place for the third storage tank. That means that terminal can be enhanced, can be developed more. So the capacity of this terminal could reach, regasification capacity of this terminal could reach 7.5 BCM, which is also a significant number. Okay. Besides the completion of the infrastructure and our projects, we are also focused on the market development, but from this regulatory perspective. So we are also contributing to the implementation of EU network codes. So probably in terms of the most important currently code is network code. We implemented all of the provisions of the network code already. So we are providing the third-party access to YAML pipeline. This was a huge revolution. I will show you on the next slide. In Poland, recently we also introduced the natural gas exchange in Poland. So this is also the way how the new companies can enter to the market. We are also implementing the gas release program. That means that the company which was dominating on the market, the PGNiG, so the dominant player on Polish market, is selling parts of its portfolio through the natural gas exchange in order to enhance the competition on the market. So this is the concept which was also implemented in Germany, in Denmark in the past years. So we are conducting the similar actions. We also conducted some pilot projects concerning the bundled capacity. The bundled capacity is the interesting concept concerning the allocating of the cross-border capacity at once in two countries. Of course, we are cooperating with under the V4 umbrella concerning the finding the right gas target model for this region. So this is really interesting discussion, and this discussion will be continued in the next years. And also we also launched the capacity auctioning platform in gas system. So this is actually the second project out of 3 in total in EU. This is let's just say eBay for the capacity, and the companies can allocate according to the CAM network code. The capacities must sell the capacities on the auctioning platform, which will guarantee the non-biased character and non-discriminatory character, and so the parties interested in acquiring of the capacity, they have the tool for that. So this is the concept which is obligatory for all transmission network code transmission operators starting from the November 2015. So this is really important. Connecting Europe facility. This is probably the most important discussion which we have right now. I will continue in short with Net4Gas and with Ustream. So we applied for the EU financial support for our 2 projects, Polish and Czech connection and Polish and Slovakia connection. On 21st of November 2014, we received the information that those projects acquired some financial assistance, but not at this level that we asked for that. So we just received the possibility to obtain the financing for the preparation studies for this project, not for the whole completion of those projects. This will result in a situation that we will apply again, probably in the next call for proposals under this program, which is scheduled for the beginning of, which will be scheduled beginning of next year. Interesting slide. Maybe I will just finish my presentation on this. Is that because of our actions in last decade, we developed the competition on Polish market. So in 2004, when we were established, there was only one company in Poland which was selling the gas and all, PGNiG, and we had the transmission contract with this company. In 2009, when we conducted the open season and we for the Polish and Czech connection, 3 companies were our clients in gas system. In 2014, we have 75 entities, it means 75 clients and 99 transmission contracts. So it means that this infrastructure and this regulatory development brings the competition and actually brings some. It's the answer for the integration. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, just yes, thanks.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation, Adam. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is over. But despite the fact that everything was said, I think minimal one question from audience.
10 minutes.
Okay. What's happened? Mr. Badida is not here? Is Dušan Filip.
Dobrý deň, Filip Urbán z Asociácie pre využitie obnoviteľných a alternatívnych zdrojov. Ja by som mal jednu otázku aj na...
Počkajte chvíľku, kým si nasadia slúchatka.
Dobrý deň, ja by som mal jednu otázku. Som z Asociácie pre využitie obnoviteľných a alternatívnych zdrojov. Ja by som sa chcel spýtať na váš súkromný názor, možno aj firemný názor, ako si viete predstaviť prepravu biometánu v vašich systémoch z Ukrajiny smerom na Slovensko alebo do Európskej únie, lebo Ukrajina môže napríklad produkovať a modernizovať svoj agrosektor formou biometánu. A to je ďalšia komodita, s ktorou je alternatíva voči ruskému plynu. To by som sa chcel spýtať aj pre EUSTEAM, ako pre aj Net4Gas a tak ďalej, aj Poliakov.
So I agree that Ukraine has huge potential for biomass. That's the reason Yuri starts.
Okay. Frankly speaking, we have some other urgent priorities at the moment, but if we look at a more like midterm perspective, of course it seems like a promising option, and there are no barriers from a strategic point of view to develop this option. Again, it's not like I'm focused on this particular issue of interconnector, but as soon as we, for example, can use 4 major pipelines for reverse flows and forward flows of gas, it's more than enough capacity. And then this new pipeline, Vayane-Uzhgrad, maybe can be converted or somehow used for, again, transportation of YMSN. But in general, again, it's, of course, a much more complicated technical issue, so I'm not saying that tomorrow it can be used for that. But in general, I think that it's something that we should look at and develop.
Thanks, Andreas.
Very short answer. Of course, technically it's possible to a certain extent. Commercially, it's not always viable. This has to be analyzed then on a case-by-case basis. The most expensive part might be feeding biogas then into the transmission system. So usually you need small compressor units to feed it into the system. There are a couple of good examples in Germany. It's working in Germany on a small scale basis, but it's working. And I think we should take a close look at those examples in Germany and then try to find out how this can be also used in other countries, including Czech Republic, by the way.
Thanks, Thomas.
Thank you. I think you already probably know that in Ustream we are creative and flexible. So yes, we can transport it, as well as we can transport it air, and sometimes in the future we can transport, of course, CO2. Maybe back to Ukraine, Yuri. I think the technical question will probably be that the sources will not be directly connected to the Ustream's pipeline. If you are connected somewhere in Slovakia to distribution system with 3 megapascals of pressure, and we are running the pipes at 70 or 73 bars, and distribution has no compressors, I'm wondering how would you manage to push the water up the hill. So technically we can, but I think it's the question for the future. Thanks.
Adam, could you something add to this issue?
Yeah, I do agree with Mr. Mareczek, so this is probably the most important challenge to be met. We have also some experience with biogas. We are just testing, analyzing the possibilities and also the experience of the German colleagues, because you can see some examples on the Germany and also in Denmark. But for the moment, we are not implementing those kind of projects in real life. It's more or less research and development and question of the future.
Thank you. Next question. Please.
Christian Takas from RWE. Thomas, I understand you have had some exchange of view with Hungarians, as you stated in the beginning yesterday. I'm wondering only, have you had similar exchange of views with Austrians, who I don't know nobody speaks about, but I guess they're in the same game. And the second question I have, it's more related to Ukrainian colleague. Sorry. Okay. So, what is your position, or have you had exchange of view with the Austrians regarding the similar exchange of view as you had yesterday with the Hungarians? That was the first question, and the second question is to the Ukrainian colleague. You stated that the current contractual relations between Upstream and Gazprom on the Ukrainian and Slovak border is not in line with the third energy package. Could you please once again maybe specify, because I didn't get all the details. Thank you. The question was, you had an exchange of view yesterday with the Hungarian colleague regarding some issues, as you stated in the beginning of your speech, and I'm wondering if you have had some discussions with the Austrian colleagues as well on a similar topic.
Not yet. Actually, we have a meeting scheduled with GasConnect Austria for next week, but we have multiple issues to discuss, and I think GasConnect Austria, these are technical guys, these are professionals, and this is not their decision. Actually, the entity which will theoretically bring South Stream to Baumgarten is South Stream Austria, which is of course connected to OMV Group, but this is not, even if it is the same shareholder for South Stream Austria and GasConnect Austria, we will have discussions only on the professional level on lots of technical issues we have to resolve with our Austrian partners. But I think Austria, I don't see there is any problem in Austria actually. I think the major problem you were referring to during our yesterday's discussion with Hungarian colleagues is that Hungary do not respect European law at all. They are deliberately delaying Slovak-Hungarian interconnector. On Slovakian side, it was ready like a year ago. They stopped the reverse to Ukraine, but because we have, I think, the best people in this segment, we reviewed the technical details of the interconnection between Hungary and Ukraine, and we know that it can be restarted tomorrow. There is no technical problem, no technical issue. That's just political decision. And third, think that Hungarians do try to evade somehow the European legislation by passing some funny laws in order to enable construction of the South Stream. So that was the topic of yesterday's discussion, that this has nothing to do with European law and the regional solidarity. So that was my problem. And when the discussions with Austrian colleagues, I don't see any such problem at this time.
Thanks, Yuri.
Yeah, answering your question, and maybe Thomas will add something. We would like to hear from him how it violates the European regulation. But our understanding is the following. So Gazprom is a matching partner for Upstream at the Ukrainian-Slovakia interconnector. Can you imagine something like that, for example, between Slovakia and the Czech Republic? And because they're a matching partner, it's them who decide who can use these 4 existing pipelines between Ukraine and Slovakia, either for gas flows from east to west or from west to east. Basically, they just block anybody else. We're not talking about equal or third-party access, just there is no other party access than for Gazprom. So again, there is some heritage to this contract, but still, as a matter of fact, again, Gazprom, being not a TSO between Ukraine and Slovakia, performs functions of some virtual TSO between Ukraine and Slovakia. And of course, it clearly violates third energy package, it clearly violates anti-monopoly regulation and any possible, basically, laws that would be needed for a fair market here in Slovakia, in Ukraine, in Europe, everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Although the 10 minutes are over, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Thank you for your patience. On behalf of audience, I would like to render my thanks to all of lecturers today. And now I would like to invite to the microphone Mr. Lubomír Kuchta. He is substitute of General Director Jan Petrovic, who is abroad today. Mr. Kuchta has prepared conclusion and recommendation of Central European Energy Congress. Lubomír, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As was said, that I am going to replace for today Mr. Jan Petrovic, who is my Director General and is on the business trip. And for this reason, I will try to present the conclusions. Conclusions I have prepared in Slovak. For this reason, now I will switch to Slovak language. Vážení účastníci konferencie, vážené dámy, vážení páni. Rokovanie 8. ročníka Stredoeurópskej energetickej konferencie, ktorá bola zameraná na tému Spoločná energetická politika Európskej únie a energetická bezpečnosť Strednej Európy, dospelo ku svojmu záveru. Konala sa pod záštitou ministra hospodárstva pána Pavlisa a bola zameraná nielen na hodnotenie výsledkov regionálnej spolupráce krajín V4, ale aj na jej ďalšie vyhliadky a perspektívu. Nedeľný večer a obidva rokovacie dni priniesli veľké množstvo nových podnetov a myšlienok, ktoré významne prispievajú k diskuziám o dôležitosti a význame energetiky nielen v centrálnej Európe, ale aj v Európskej únii, aj vo svete. V prvom paneli sme si so záujmom vypočuli vystúpenia ministrov zodpovedných za energetiku v krajinách Vyšehradskej skupiny. Hlavnými témami boli závery októbrového rokovania Európskej rady venované rámcu klimatickej a energetickej politiky EÚ na obdobie medzi rokmi 2020 až 2030 a otázky energetickej bezpečnosti. Ministri sa zhodli, že nové ciele klimatickej a energetickej politiky pre rok 2030 sú ambiciózne, ale dosiahnuteľné. Dôležitým predpokladom pre realizáciu cieľov bude stabilné investičné a regulačné prostredie. Pri definovaní konkrétnych opatrení bude nevyhnutné zohľadniť vplyvy na konkurencieschopnosť priemyslu a ceny energie. V otázkach energetickej bezpečnosti diskusia ministrov potvrdila, že región V4 je na prípadné prerušenie dodávok zemného plynu pripravený lepšie ako v krízovom roku 2009. Aj tu je však priestor na ďalšie zlepšenie, najmä z hľadiska pretrvávajúcich rizík v príprave dlhodobejších výpadkov dodávok plynu, a to v oblasti dobudovania infraštruktúry a užšej medzinárodnej spolupráce. Počas pracovného obeda diskutovali ministri aj s výkonnou riaditeľkou Medzinárodnej energetickej agentúry pani Máriou van der Hoeven o dlhodobých globálnych perspektívach energetického sektora v súvislosti s publikáciou Svetový energetický výhľad 2014. Tento výhľad bol predmetom aj druhého panelu konferencie a prehľad sa popri komplexnej analýze globálnych energetických trendov a vývoji na energetických trhoch v jednotlivých komoditách zameriava na hodnotenie ich vplyvov na energetickú bezpečnosť, ekonomiku a životné prostredie. Prehľad prináša hĺbkovú analýzu troch aktuálnych tém energetiky, ktoré sú obsahom špeciálnych kapitol. Jedným z nich je aj hĺbkové zameranie na jadrovú energetiku a zvýšenie inštalovaného výkonu. Scenáre ukazujú, že svetový dopyt po energiách bude naďalej stúpať, aj keď v Európskej únii bude tento trend opačný. V kontexte EÚ a V4 je problém s umelo nastavenými cenami energií, kde sa finančne dotujú obnoviteľné zdroje energie. Prezentovaný výhľad bol podporený aj zo strany Európskej komisie so zvýraznením energeticko-klimatického rámca a komentovaný aj zo strany ďalších panelistov, pričom boli spomenuté problémy aj rafinérskeho priemyslu. Tretí panel bol venovaný jadrovej energetike, nielen v centrálnej Európe, ale aj v celej Európskej únii. Situácia je nesúrodá, lebo niektoré krajiny sa stavajú proti jej využívaniu a iné vrátane krajín V4 podporujú a obhajujú. Tu prevláda zhoda, že jadrová energia je nielen bezpečná, ale aj finančne zvládnutelná. Navyše je v súlade s ambíciami EÚ, ako znížiť emisné plyny v dlhodobom horizonte. V paneli bola spomenutá skutočnosť, že maďarská a slovenská energetika majú z hľadiska svojej súčasnej štruktúry komplementárny potenciál a synergia oboch hlavných hráčov v tejto oblasti je v budúcnosti možná. V príspevku zástupcu komisie sme mali možnosť oboznámiť sa s aktuálnymi návrhmi ESA, to je Energy Supply Agency, súvisiacimi s požiadavkami na diverzifikáciu dodávateľov jadrového palíva pre jadrové elektrárne. V tejto oblasti existuje značný diverzifikačný potenciál, hlavne pre elektrárne ruského typu a komisia teda prezentovala, že v budúcnosti nebude súhlasiť s prevádzkou nových jadrových elektrární, u ktorých nebude zabezpečený aj alternatívny dodávateľ paliva. V príspevku zástupcu slovenských elektrární sme mali možnosť vypočuť si aktuálne informácie o situácii na trhu s elektrinou z pohľadu dominantného hráča v Slovenskej republike. Situácia v oblasti cenového výhľadu bola charakterizovaná ako málo predvídateľná, nežičiaca dlhodobým investíciám do energetiky, čo môže viesť masívnemu zatváraniu elektrární na fosílne palivá v blízkej budúcnosti bez možnosti inej, ich rýchlej a adekvátnej náhrady v oblasti silovej energetiky. Sumárne je možné uviesť, že jadrová energetika je považovaná všetkými panelistami za dôležitý technologický zdroj, ktorý má významný potenciál prispieť ku všetkým energetickým cieľom v EÚ, avšak v súčasnosti čelí dôležitým výzvám, ktoré sú spojené hlavne s otázkou jej financovania. Štvrtý panel, ktorý bol vlastne dneska prvým, vychádza z cieľov klimaticko-energetického rámca na obdobie rokov 2020 až 2030. Venoval sa zvyšovaniu podielu obnoviteľných zdrojov na výrobe elektríny a najmä zvyšovaniu energetických úspor a väčšiemu uplatňovaniu energetickej efektívnosti. Bol spomenutý legislatívny rámec, ciele možnosti, aké máme aj v Slovenskej republike a akým spôsobom sa naplňajú akčné plány. Veľmi zaujímavé bolo porovnanie skúseností, ktoré majú EÚ a krajiny V4 s plnením doterajších cieľov a výhľad hľadania ciest pre naplnenie ambicióznych cieľov do roku 2030, ako aj norské skúsenosti s využívaním carbon capture and storage. Posledný, piaty panel máme ešte v živej pamäti. Ten bol venovaný trhu s plynom v krajinách V4. Zameral sa na poučenie z krízy v roku 2009, na zvyšovanie nezávislosti, budovanie infraštruktúry, možnosti posilňovania nezávislosti Ukrajiny od Ruska. Tento trh charakterizujú veľmi podobné problémy, ktoré sú najmä dominovanie ruských dodávok, znižovanie dopytu po zemnom plyne, limitovaná infraštruktúra, chýbajúce prepojenie sever-juh a podobne. Limitovaná, aj keď rastúca vnútorná konkurencia má za následok problémy likvidity na trhu, boli spomenuté určité námety na diskuziu, ako napríklad potreba reorganizácie vstupných a výstupných zón, zjednodušenie cezhraničnej dopravy bez preťaženia, trhové a harmonizované denné režimy, prevádzkové, komunikačné a obchodné pravidlá, správne údaje a tarifné metodiky, ktoré zabránia diskriminačnému stanovovaniu cien medzi užívané siete užívateľmi siete cez cezhraničné a domáce produkty. Veľmi zaujímavou témou bolo porovnanie trás ropovodov z hľadiska prínosu bezpečnosti dodávok a spoločné ciele na zabezpečenie bezpečnosti dodávok plynu. Bude dôležité, akým smerom sa budú uberať aktivity aj u našich susedov a aké riešenia sa príjmu aj z pohľadu platnej legislatívy Európskej únii, myslím tým dodržiavanie 3. liberalizačného balíčka. Chcel by som samozrejme poďakovať aj ostatným panelistom, ktorí nám poskytli zaujímavé údaje o dodávkach a tranzite plynov Českej republiky, Poľska a predniesli taktiež aj určité námety na ďalšiu spoluprácu. Vážené dámy, vážení páni, dovoľte mi na záver poďakovať sa vám všetkým za účasť a aktívny prístup v diskuziách, čím ste prispeli k úspešnému priebehu tohto poradí už 8. ročníka Stredoeurópskej energetickej konferencie. Pevne verím, že táto platforma nám poskytuje nielen množstvo podnetných myšlienok a riešení, ale zároveň nachádzame nové oblasti, ktoré je potrebné diskutovať v rámci odborných dialógov. Želám vám, aby ste nadobudnuté informácie a podnetné myšlienky využili v každodennej práci. Želám vám šťastnú cestu a úspešný návrat do vašich domovov a k vašim rodinám. Ďakujem za pozornosť.
Ďakujem pekne, Ľubomír. Len malú pripomienku. V 5. paneli sme neporovnávali trasy ropovodov, ale plynovodov. And now the floor for the main organizer, the Director of Research Center of the Slovak Foreign Policy Association, Mr. Alexander Duleba, for final speech.
It will be not a speech. Thank you, Jan, for giving me this floor. I'm going to have just 3 brief comments. The first one, I'm very happy man. First, because of Mr. Kuchta already summarized the conference proceedings. Second, I'm very happy because the conference is at the end, and actually a couple of hours of my life will be much more easy for me. And this is the first comment. The second comment, and here I would like to use, I was looking for a sort of a common denominator for the conference proceeding, and Mr. Mareček helped me very much by putting on the conference debate, the Nash equilibrium. This formula or this theorem of the Nash equilibrium can be well, applied on the definition of the regional cooperation. And the conference proceeding seems to me, this Nash equilibrium works when it comes to the intergovernmental cooperation in a part of the energy agenda. Nash equilibrium worked between SFP and Ministry of Economy when we agreed that it would be good idea to combine both the planned ministerial meeting within the Visegrad 4 presidency and also this Central European conference as the established Central European Energy Forum. So, this was really like win-win situation, and thank you very much. And my thanks go to Minister Pavlis and Mr. Petrovic and his team at the Ministry of Economy for working together. And it was added asset for the conference to have energy ministers. Also, it was, I do hope so that you also share it with me. That was asset for the ministerial to have this sort of background from the region. I'm very happy, and it was really, and I think it is, I would say, unique sort of achievement. We managed to have executive director of the International Energy Agency with us at the conference, because personally she reports about the world energy outlook in a couple of places like Washington, D.C., London, Paris, Brussels, and so we put the Bratislava and this conference on the map of these VIP presentations when the world energy outlook is presented in person by the chief of the International Energy Agency, so I think this was also a very important asset. When it comes to the political format of the discussion, and I'm very much appreciated finally So we have our Ukrainian partners with us. It was on a gas issues because it's really maybe the most urgent issue right now. But I do much hope that it also will become a sort of tradition because we have to speak not only about the gas cooperation of the gas sector, but also energy issue. I mean, energy efficiency issues, and there's a lot of common topics between V4 and Ukraine, and not only Ukraine. What I think is also very important. Romania is a very important country. This year we didn't include the topic of the the creation of the regional market in electricity, and it is quite success story because we have this market conflict process started by Czech Republic, Slovakia, then Hungary joined, and now Romania recently joined the project. And it looks like that there is some overlapping with some or potential development of the regional market, and Romania is definitely important country that should be taken on the board. So we will think about in the future. Nash equilibrium. And coordination, because Nash equilibrium is about the coordination. And it looks like that within the V4 and this regional context, so we can work together when it comes to lobby some sort of our joint positions vis-a-vis the EU and the EU institutions. And we have a good example when it comes to to getting a sort of support for developing gas infrastructure in the region. It's very important. But what I see and what this conference proceedings, over those 2 days showed us that we are just, and the V4 cooperation will be challenged by the need in production sort of coordination. Because it's not, I liked very much, points raised by Mr. Senkovic when he was commenting the World Energy Outlook, saying that, look, the market with all products in region is narrowing, and there are too many players, still in the game. And sooner or later, this is the problem, we can expect the competition on the market because market is simply narrowing and there are too many players still in the game. Then if you look at the electricity production, if all our countries will, install all this nuclear capacity they planned, one should not be an expert on electricity market to understand that it's like overcapacity which we plan, and there's no market for that. So again, the question raises about this Nash equilibrium and coordination. So when my ambition or challenge I see before us, ahead of us, is to have this debate that would facilitate, or improve this coordination efforts of the V4 countries, so in a long-term perspective that we can plan together even, the projection of our markets. It goes not only with the gas, but also electricity, oil products, etc., etc. So this is why this Nash equilibrium was very helpful for me, to summarize the key points of this debate. Finally, I'm very happy, and what was also new with this conference, if I compare it with the previous annual conferences, is that we managed to include new actors. The Union of Towns of Cities of Slovakia, and Association of Energy Cities, including this Covenant of Mayors initiative, which is something new. So it was not present during the previous years, and I found it very important to involve more and more actors, including in this issue and debate about the energy efficiency. So this is very briefly, these are my just impressions about this conference debate. Let me express my thanks to all panelists, chairs of the panels, all of you for accepting our invitation and joining us for the conference. Again, my special thanks go to the Ministry of Economy, representation of the European Commission in Slovakia, Slovak Gas and Oil Association, Jan Klepač, Karel Hirman, and others who helped me in preparing this conference. And to all our institutional partners, corporate partners, and media partners. Actually, so following yesterday's debate, there's quite interesting response by Slovak media, not only Slovak media, we had Reuters with us and actually international media. Now, and this conference, I mean, so has been having a voice in this debate. Okay, thank you very much, and let me wish you all the best. And really, I do much hope that we will meet in 1 year again at the 9th Annual Central European Energy Conference. Thank you very much. And finally, let me invite you for the lunch, which will be served in the Waldrop room. Thank you.